Minister of Gender Equality and Family, Kim Hyun-suk, and other VIPs are entering the hall. Please give a big round of applause. I'd like to extend my warmest welcome to all of the VIPs, ladies and gentlemen, who are participating in 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. For those of you who are using the translation receiver, Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. Please take your seats. And if you want to listen to interpretation service, Channel 1 is Korean and Channel 2 is English. Please set your mobile phone on a vibration or silent mode. Great to see you all. Welcome to 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. My warmest welcome also goes to our online viewers. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Kim Han-byul, KBS announcer, who will be moderating today's forum. Out of male KBS announcers, I am the first one who took out the paternity leave, so moderating today's forum gives me a special meaning. I will listen to presentations of all speakers throughout the forum and will do my best to moderate this forum. 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum has this topic of coexistence of work and care responsibilities in a society challenged by low fertility rates to discuss solutions and ways to overcome these low fertility issues in Korea and establish work-life balance and care culture across society. It is attended by experts from home and abroad who will be sharing their insights and experiences in this topic so that we can explore ways forward. First, we'd like to watch a video which will open 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. Please give a big
2020년을 시작으로 양성평등 실현을 위해 지속가능한 발전 방향을 모색한 대한민국 양성평등 포럼. 양성평등 포럼은 모두를 위한 대한민국의 성장을 뒷받침했습니다. 지난해 대한민국 합계 출산율 0.78명. 결혼과 출산, 양육이 행복한 선택이 될 수 있는 환경 조성이 중요한 지금. 대한민국뿐만 아니라 많은 나라들이 양성평등 관점에서 저출산 문제에 대응하기 위해 정책적 역량을 집중하고 있습니다.
아이를 더 낳고 싶지만 제 경력 단절이 되는 것도 더 고민이 되는 것 같아요.
육아를 하는 아빠들의 공감대가 좀 더 형성될 수 있으면 좋겠습니다.
병원에 가야 돼서 아이를 맡겨야 된다거나 하는
주말에도 좀 긴급 보육을 지원을 해준다거나
다양한 돌봄 정책이 나왔으면 좋겠습니다.
대한민국은 저출산 문제 극복을 국가 어젠다로 삼고 정부와 시민사회가 합심하여 노력하고 있습니다. 2023년 대한민국 양성평등 포럼에서는 저출산 극복을 위해 정부와 기업, 시민사회가 나아가야 할 방향을 짚어보고 저출산 문제에 대응하는 각국의 사례와 정책 경험을 공유합니다. 양성평등한 일터, 함께 일하는 사회를 위한 정책 대안을 논의하고 돌봄 걱정 없도록 함께 돌보는 사회를 위한 과제를 살펴봅니다. 함께 일하고 함께 돌보는 사회, 내일의 지속가능한 발전을 위해 오늘 양성평등을 이야기합니다.
(2023) Korea Gender Equality Forum. That was an opening video that captured the key message of this forum. Now, let me introduce our VIPs who are gracing this occasion with their presence. When I name each and every one of our VIP, please give a big hand. First, the host of today's forum, Minister of Gender Equality and Family, Kim Hyun-suk. Please welcome her with a big round of applause. Now let me introduce our VIPs. First, keynote speaker Kim Young-mi, Vice Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy. Now, Lee In-si, President of the Korean Peninsula Future Research Institute. Now let me introduce our speakers for session 1. Daniel Bolband, Swedish Ambassador to the Republic of Korea. And Madame Anne Kari Hansen Obin, Norwegian Ambassador to the Republic of Korea. Welcome. We are also joined by distinguished members, the heads of missions in Korea. First, Damir Kusent, Croatian Ambassador to Korea. And Zakaria Arsadi, Romanian Ambassador to Korea. And Susanna Bazepatu, Portuguese Ambassador to Korea. Diab al-Rashidi, Kuwaitian Ambassador to Korea. Mohamed Ben Sabri, Algerian Ambassador to Korea. And Isabel Di Carlo Quero, Venezuelan Ambassador to Korea. Welcome. And sessional speakers also, Alexandra Sidu, Deputy Head of Mission, Australian Embassy in Korea. Welcome. And Gera Sweer, Deputy Head of Mission, British Embassy in Korea. Thank you. Last but not least, Frederick Appelt, Deputy Head of Mission, EU Embassy in Korea. Thank you. and Jang Myung-sun, President of the Korean Institute for Gender Equality Promotion and Education. Welcome. Jeon Joo-won, Acting President of the Korean Institute of Healthy Family. Thank you so much. And Lee Jung-shin, UN Gender Equality Institute in Korea. Welcome. I'd like to ask for your kind understanding for not being able to introduce each and every one of our VIPs. Next, I'd like to invite the Minister of Gender Equality and Family, Kim Hyun-sik, to the podium for an opening speech. Please give a big hand. Please give another round of a big applause to our Minister.
Distinguished guests, it is a pleasure to meet you. I am Minister Hyun-soo Kim of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family. So, it has been a very long time since we have been able to meet face-to-face like this at the site. We have 250 people here joining us, and we also have 150 people joining online. I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you who have joined us today, either in person or online, for the 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. Let's give ourselves a big round of applause. I would like to express my gratitude to Ambassador Maria Castillo Fernandez of the European Union, who will deliver a congratulatory video message, and Ms. Shima Sami Bajos, the Executive Director of UN Women, who will deliver the keynote speech, and Ms. Kim Young-mi, Vice Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy, who will be speaking today. I would also like to thank our session chairs, former Minister Baek Hee-young of the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, and Dr. Lee In-sil, Director of the Korean Peninsula Population Institute for Future, as well as all our speakers who have contributed to this forum. In particular, I extend special thanks to the ambassadors and deputy ambassadors who have joined us to share their experiences and policy cases related to low birth rates, as well as to the international speakers who will be participating online. Last year, South Korea recorded a total fertility rate of 0.78. South Korea is not alone in facing the issue of low birth rates. Creating an environment where marriage, childbirth, and childcare can be happy choices is of paramount importance. It is the backbone of a country, and I think that this is to prepare for the next century of a country. Efforts are needed to provide high-quality care services, promote women's economic participation, and spread a culture of gender equality in the workplace. In times like these, it is crucial to share experiences and cases from different countries and explore solutions for addressing low birth rates from a gender equality perspective. This is why the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family has chosen the theme, the coexistence of work and care responsibilities in a society challenged by low fertility rates, for the 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum, now in its 4th year. Through this forum, we aim to examine efforts and achievements in overcoming low birth rates in various countries and discuss with experts from diverse fields, including governments and academia, the reduction of gender gaps in the labor market, the establishment of work-life balance cultures, and the expansion of social care roles. South Korea considers overcoming the issue of low birth rates a crucial national agenda and is actively implementing various policies. We are boldly devising and investing in measures to ensure that the joy of raising children and personal fulfillment can be simultaneously achieved, with the nation taking clear responsibility. I hope that the 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum today will be a platform for sharing policy wisdom to build a gender equal society where we work together and care together, and where raising children is a source of happiness. I hope that it will be a place where we can contemplate ways to achieve the nation's sustainable development and find new hope beyond the challenges we face. The discussions and presentations today will serve as a valuable foundation for shaping the vision and policies to address the issue of low birth rates and for fostering positive changes in our society's culture, norms, and perceptions. Once again, I extend a warm welcome and my heartfelt thanks to all who have participated in this forum. Thank you.
Well, that was Minister of Gender Equality and Family, Kim Hyun-suk's opening speech. Please, thank you so much, Minister. Now I'd like to move on to congratulatory speech by Maria Castillo Fernandez, Ambassador of the European Union to the Republic of Korea. She sent us a video. Please watch the video.
Kim Hyun-suk, and distinguished guests. Thank you for inviting me to deliver a congratulatory speech for the 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. This is a very pertinent event as we try to address gender equality and low birth rate, two very important social issues, both in the Republic of Korea as well as in Europe. Despite much efforts and improvements on gender equality over the past decade, global labor force participation of women is still lower than men. Women employment rate during child-rearing years is even lower. The return to work ratio in Korea after childbirth remains lower than in Europe. Women still largely bear the burden of care and home duties, and at the same time face difficulties of having a work-life balance in the workplace. The gender pay gap also remains high. As Korea is faced with a demographic crisis with the lowest birth rate among OECD countries, it is very important to understand that gender inequality goes hand in hand with low birth rate. Therefore, we need to tackle the gender equality issues comprehensively. Although inequalities still exist, the European Union has made significant progress in gender equality over the last decades. In 2020, we presented our EU Gender Equality Strategy, which delivers on President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen's commitment to achieve the Union of Equality. As part of this strategy, the EU has adopted many rules and regulations in the last years that create more incentive for family-related leave and to increase women employment rate. And these include pay transparency for women and men, the EU Directive on Work-Life Balance, and our care strategy. Ensuring the same rights to all not only empowers our societies, but it makes them richer, fairer, and more secure. This is a collective challenge and a shared responsibility. For this reason, we have to work together, the European Union and the Republic of Korea, and find common ways, innovative strategies, and share best practice to promote gender equality. Events like the one today is another step towards a gender equal world. I wish you a good success event. 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much. As was mentioned in the congratulatory speech, I also hope that we would be able to build solidarity and cooperation between different stakeholders for a happier Korea. Now I'd like to move on to the first keynote speech, which will be delivered by Executive Director of UN Women, Sima Sami Bahous. She also sent us a video for a keynote speech. Please watch the video.
Un-suk, Minister of Gender Equality and Family of the Republic of Korea. Ministers, distinguished delegates, dear participants. My congratulations to the Republic of Korea for this fourth Korea Gender Equality Forum. Your focus on care work could not be more important or timely. UN Women and our partners work around the world to advance the care economy and women's economic empowerment. It is an honor to share the lessons we have learned with you here today. Minister Kim, distinguished guests, the democratic challenges in Korea and around the world reflect gender norms which we must change at home, in the workplace, and in society at large. We must no longer see care as a commodity, a personal choice, or a family obligation. That is destructive and wrong. Care is a precious public good to be valued, invested in, and equally shared between members of society and public and private institutions. It is a fundamental contribution to social and economic well-being. It is also a smart investment. Properly resourcing care systems delivers immediate and long-term benefits for women and men and children and societies and economies. A recent UN Women study showed how investing just an additional 1.16% of GDP on childcare can increase employment by 3.9%, including through jobs in the childcare sector, which predominantly benefit women. Excellencies, Korean women are paid approximately 31% less than men and are underrepresented in leadership, holding only about 21% of managerial positions and 5% of executive posts. It is an irony that Korea has both some of the world's most highly educated women, yet barely more than a half participate in the job market. Respecting women's rights in the workplace and creating incentives for balancing work and family allow people to make family planning choices without sacrificing their careers. I commend the government of Korea for its efforts to address these challenges. Expanding paid parental leave and improving public childcare policies is a good start, but we can and must do more. I have 4 concrete proposals for your consideration. First, I encourage the Republic of Korea to ratify and implement ILO Convention 190 on prevention of all forms of violence and harassment in the workplace. The world of work must embrace women, and when the workplace is not safe, women will reasonably not want to be in it. Second, I encourage the public and private sectors in Korea to create more opportunities for women's enterprises and suppliers, including through procuring from women-led and women-owned and gender-responsive businesses. Third, I encourage the government of Korea to continue to provide incentives that promote a culture of equality and shared responsibility, including through equal paid parental leave and flexible work policies. Finally, I invite more Korean companies to join the Women's Empowerment Principles. These offer a blueprint and guidance to businesses on practical actions to promote gender equality and women's empowerment in the workplace. By signing them, companies commit to fostering business practices that empower women, including equal pay for work of equal value and zero tolerance against sexual harassment in the workplace. Excellencies, distinguished guests, women and men have equal confidence in their future and their ability to balance family and work. They must enjoy equality at home and at work, founded on policies and practices that contribute to changing traditional social norms and gender stereotypes. I am confident that this forum can be a milestone for Korea and other countries, reinforcing a shared commitment to action that recognizes and supports the fundamental rights of women and girls and achieved a gender-equal society that benefits all. I wish you all every success in your important work, and I thank you.
Thank you so much. That was a congratulatory speech by Executive Director of UN Women, Simasami Bahus. Now let me introduce our second keynote speaker, Kim Young-mi, Vice Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy, will give us a presentation on the way forward for better population policies in the era of low birth rates. Please give a big hand.
It is a pleasure to meet all of you. As was introduced, I am Young-mi Kim, Vice Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy. First of all, I would like to congratulate the opening and holding of the 2023 KGEF. As you are well aware, Korea is facing a ultra-low birth rate, unprecedented in the world, and it is due to various issues in our society, economy, and in our culture, and they are structural issues. But in the basis and fundamental of all of this is the family relationship, gender relationships, and we see that those changes are not following the changes and value set changes these days. Those gathered here today understand the problem of low birth rates and gender equality issues, and you have put in efforts to overcome the problems. And I would like to use this opportunity to pull together and gather together ideas and suggestions that you have made for us to overcome this low birth rate and also the issue of gender equality. And I hope that today's event can lead to a society in which Korea is able to overcome these issues. First, I want to talk about Korea's status and situation. We just heard a keynote speech from UN Women. The executive director mentioned in her keynote address that despite the efforts that have been made by the Korean government, we are still facing this situation, and we are looking at the situation in which we cannot but accept that the policies have, to a certain extent, been a failure. So I now then would like to talk about the direction in which Korea's demographic policies and gender equality policies should go forward. First of all, on the status and outlook of demographic changes. This is about the current situation of Korea's birth rate. Korea is experiencing an unprecedented fall in its fertility rate. In the 1960s, we had a policy of reducing the birth rate, and at the time, our birth rate was 6. However, it has sharply plummeted, and currently it is at the point of 0.78 today. This is unprecedented around the world. However, we also realize unprecedented economic development, and there was also an increase in the education level of women. In the 1960s, our per capita income was less than 100, but now it is more than 30,000. So, in material sense, we were able to realize wealth, but there's uncertainty in society and anxiety, and there were situations in our society that led to the youth delaying and giving up on marriage altogether. Women's education levels have increased greatly. In 1966, the portion of women in high school was just 19.8%, but 33 years after that, it has reached 99%. And upon graduating from high school, the portion of women going on to university is 80%, and in 2005, it surpassed the level of men. But as was mentioned, the employment rate of women is still quite low, and women bear the responsibility of raising children and giving birth, which has led to an even lower employment rate. With COVID-19, we see that the intention of getting married and also having children has gone down even further, which is being pointed out as an important factor of the lower birth rate. Steadily, it has gone down, but with the COVID-19 situation, it went down even further, and we see that those intending to have children has gone down even further. So as a result, consequently, Korea is experiencing a aging, super fast aging society. So by 2025, more than 20% of our population will be age 65 and above, and within 10 years, those that are 50 and above will be 50%. And just in 20 years, we see that the above 65 population has increased by threefold. As a result, the population demographic pyramid has rapidly changed. Right now, it is a good demographic portion, but by 2070, we see that our median age will be more than 60 years of age, and we will enter into a super age society. There are various factors that have led to such situation. We can see that there are many factors. There are macro, median, and micro level factors such as the issues found in society and economic structure, and also culture. So there is a difficulty in having children, first of all, because of infertility, and risk of career break, and changes in values and perception. And there's also uncertainty in the future and about their jobs, highly competitive society, and a low possibility of class mobility. As Korea realized economic development, areas that we neglected, that we overlooked, have led to these results, and this has led to the low fertility rate. And at the foundation of this, we see that there is the issue of unequal gender relationships. So let's dig deeper. This graph that you are seeing is the female employment rate by age groups, as demonstrated in this graph from 2010. 10 years past that and 20 years past that, we see that those age 30, around that age, the employment rate suddenly plunges. So there's a dip in the employment rate. The difference here is that with the delayed and postponement of marriage and childbirth, the bottoming out point has been extended, and it shows that there are many women, sadly, are postponing or just giving up on having children. And Korea sees low birth rate and a low employment rate of women. So this is a double problem. Therefore, we see that it is immensely important for us to prevent career breakages. We need to have a care system that is strengthened, and we need to reduce working hours for both men and women so that they can have time to spend with their children. Then, what are the obstacles to female employment? The biggest obstacle was the burden of childcare. So women answered, and this survey rate has been maintained for 10 years, that they are not having jobs because of the burden of childcare. And there is the prejudice of society. It has been increasing. Of course, recently it has gone down, which is a positive signal. Lastly, in Korea, and one thing that I wanted to point out is that when you interview for a job, still they ask, are you intending to get married? Are you intending to have children? Because they shun away from women who intend to get married and to have children. This is an issue that needs to be addressed. Excuse me, this pointer, this is not working well. And so this shows the difficulties faced, and we have the Swedish and also UK ambassador here with us. This shows the maternal employment rate by age of youngest child, and we see that Sweden is the highest employment rate, whereas Korea is the lowest, and the difference is a whopping almost 30%. And we see the childbirth rate is different, and there is an even bigger gap in terms of the maternal employment rate. So this shows a motherhood penalty. So how is parental status impacting one's employment by gender? In Korea, for fathers, becoming a father does not have an impact on one's employment, but for mothers, it is a completely different story. It drops to 1/5. Therefore, it shows that in Korea there is a huge cost associated with childbirth, and women in Korea who have an extremely high education rate cannot accept this. This has led to the drop in the fertility rate, and this is in Korean, excuse me for that. We see that the youth, their value sets are changing. Those who feel positive about marriage has dropped by 20 percentage points, which has gone down to 36.4%. And for women only, it's 28% only. So compared to European countries, the childbirth out of marriage is less than 3%. But you can see that Koreans now are not valuing marriage as they have done in the past. Therefore, there needs to be a revolution in our family institution itself. Unequal division of housework and child care. So I'll just skip this slide. Then what has the Korean government done in order to address this problem of low fertility and population aging? In 2006, we established this Presidential Committee for Low Fertility and Population Aging. Already in 2006, our total fertility rate had gone down to 1.1%, so it was quite belated that we set up such a committee, and we set up a framework act on low birth rate in an aging society in 2005. In the early 2000s, it was thought to be a norm that caring for one's family should be done in the family, that it was not considered a public responsibility. So child raising and family support policies were non-existent almost, but there were massive changes with these basic plans being set up in 2021. When the fourth basic plan came out, we focused on the quality of life and rights of individuals, not just on increasing fertility, because we felt that having children is an individual right. So this shows the budget trend in response to low birth rate. In 2006, in the beginning, it was a meager 2.1 trillion. However, in 2022, it has jumped to 51.7 trillion won. Despite the massive investment during the past 16 years, this was not that helpful in improving the low fertility rate. So there is some criticism related to that. However, compared to other OECD countries, the support directly injected to support families is not high. Furthermore, we use this budget for supporting families and also to overcome structural problems such as housing and education. So this budget was not enough. Therefore, for us to overcome the low birth rate problem, we need to create a more robust social welfare society framework. Because I do not have time, I will briefly cover this area. This shows the support and the performance or results of these different types of support. So many say that we injected a lot of budget to increase low birth rate. However, as of 2019, we see that our support for families is 1.56%. It is half the level of France, which is the highest. And even if you compare with the average of OECD countries, it is still low. So there are many government policies that have been expanded for these various issues, and we are seeing an expansion of policies in order for us to overcome the situation. But we see that these policies have not laid root. Therefore, our government will not just work on expanding policies. We will make sure that these policies will be implemented in the workplaces. We want the norms and values to be changed and corporate culture to be changed, which is an area that we will be promoting in the future. Then, the way forward for better population policies in the era of low birth rate. What should be the path forward? We have set up 3 principles: fairness, flexibility, and third, sustainability. From childbirth to the education, care, and labor, the entire life cycle itself should be fair, and we should overcome the problem of career breaks, and giving birth should not be a minus in one's career. It should be a plus, and we need to have a flexible labor environment which leads to work and life balance, and we need to invest more in people's quality of life and well-being. Strategies to promote these policies have been set in the following way. First, we will choose areas that have the biggest impact, so we will be selective. Second, we will reduce blind spots and gaps and imbalances. There are differences and gaps by company type, size, region, and generation. So we need to overcome these gaps. Third, another important area is structural reform, such as changes in labor, education, and housing, and raising more awareness. So, as such, in the government policies that have been announced, the objective of our policy will be to create a social environment where marriage, childbirth, and parenting can be happy choices. And we have set up 5 key priority areas. So the first area is providing the highest level of care and education from infants to elementary school students, primary school students. Just as Minister Hyun-soo Kim just stated, we will expand support for childcare services, and other related policies will be expanded. Second, this is immensely important, ensuring working parents to have and spend time with their children. So we will be reducing labor hours, work hours, and we will enable men and women both to use their paid parental leave. Actually, we have this parental leave policy, and compared to any other country, the period and the institution itself is very well set up, because each individual parent, the father and mother, can use a parental leave for 1 hour, but the income replacement rate is slightly low. We have a policy of trying to increase this. As much as possible, we want parents to have a certain income guarantee, but to be able to care for their children. So we have a system called 6+6. If they are for 6 months get paid full, and then for 6 months a little less than that. And if both of the parents for the 2 years that they spend in the parental leave, we will add 6 more months that they can use as parental leave. During the COVID pandemic, people were working from their homes, and even after the pandemic, we will allow for working from your home to be part of the institution and system, and we're trying to legalize this. Third part is strengthening family-friendly housing support. I think that housing is a big burden for families in other megacities. However, in Korea, we saw a rapid increase in housing prices in Korea. And this is leading to the youth and young to think that it's difficult to get married because of the high housing price. So this is pointed out as the biggest factor of delaying marriage and giving up on marriage. So we want our young people, the newlyweds, not to worry too much and to feel burdened due to housing costs. There will be massive support for newlyweds for their housing. And the fourth is alleviating the burden of childcare expenses. In Korea, compared to European countries, we did not adopt the parental benefit early on. It was adopted in 2018, and it is only being provided for children, for families with children in their elementary ages. We had a policy of supporting children aged 0 to 1, very infants, and we also recently announced a tax credit for families with children. We will have to review more areas in which we can have a family-friendly tax system. So we are interested in amending laws around tax in order for it to be more family-friendly. Fifth area is ensuring health from pregnancy to infancy. In Korea, the age of those having their first child is 33 years old. Compared to other countries, this is very old. So there is the problem of negative health problems with the mother and the child. We are seeing higher levels of infertility. Therefore, we need to expand fertility and support for infertility. Furthermore, there needs to be support for medical expenses in infertility care, such as freezing eggs, and we are carrying out various policies to support medical and health care for children. These days, I ask this question to myself a lot. What society do we want to live in? And what society do we want to hand down to our next generation? Korea started from the least developed country, and now we are on the ranks of an advanced country these days. In Korea, we have those who were born in a country that was the least developed country, and we also have those who were born and worked during the time when Korea was a developing country, and there's also those who have enjoyed the material abundance and wealth. But this led to a lot of competition, and the youth have a different value set. So we have these different generations living together. European countries realized democratization and industrialization in the 300 years. However, Korea realized globalization, industrialization, and democratization in just 60 years. I believe that the low birth rate is due to us missing out and neglecting core values that should have been upheld, and out of them, I believe that there is the value of gender equality. The society that we want to create should be one in which we can have work-life balance enjoyed by everyone, which is the theme of today's conference. For us to create a place that coexists of work and care responsibilities, we should make sure that all members of society contribute to this. And we are urging the corporations and the business sector to play a role too. And I believe that our committee should take on this responsibility. Becoming a parent should not be a penalty. It should be a benefit. And if this becomes a benefit, these problems will be resolved. The work culture and the work styles need to become more flexible. They need to change in innovative ways. Therefore, we should not see career breaks due to marriage and childbirth and raising. If we create a society like that, I am sure that we can overcome the problem of a low birth rate and aging society. I will now go on to the conclusion of my presentation. The children are so pretty, aren't they? Recently, when I see children, I just it brings a smile to my face. And the people that I meet these days, though, are actually not children. They are older, and I know that you dream of a world filled with children. We need to create a world where children are happy, and I think that will lead to a better future for Korea. In reality, Korea is seeing fierce competition, and there is a friction and even hatred between men and women. Men and women need to live together in harmony for us to see more children in our society. And in this structure where men and women abhor each other and have conflict will of course not lead to that situation. So of course we need more policy and support. However, we need to change the value sets and mindsets and inequality and negative values. In our society and workplaces, there's still discrimination and hatred with one another. This has to be replaced with respect and solidarity. Instead of materialistic values, we need to place more value on community and families. Thus far, we have learned about advanced policies, and we have benchmarked them from advanced countries about equality and about gender equality and caring. So I was a researcher for the past 20 years, and then recently I was appointed as the deputy chairperson. And in my position, I was pleased to see that many advanced countries' policies have been adopted in Korea. However, we should not stop at policies. We need to make sure that these policies become a part of our society and our lives. That is even more important, that it becomes a reality. So we need to work together. We need to care together. And in a society like this, we want our youth to have a life that they have time to spend with their family, and this should be our daily lives, and we should ensure that people can lead a life like this. The rise and demise of nations are no longer just on growth and economic growth. We need to pursue well-being of our society, and I think those gathered here have pursued this. We need to pool your wisdom and your efforts even further so that Korean society can move toward to that society. There needs to be a grand transition. Thank you for listening for a long time, and it was an honor for me to have this opportunity to present today. I hope we can have a fruitful discussion today. Thank you very much.
Well, that was the keynote speech by Kim Young-mi, Vice Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy. Let me extend my gratitude for that great speech. This brings us to the end of the opening session. We'd like to have brief break time, and then starting from 10:50 we will have session 1. In session 1, we'd like to hear 5 presentations by ambassadors and deputy heads of mission of 5 countries. I expect to listen to various case studies and experiences of respective countries. You can also leave questions in real time at our website during the session. If you leave questions or inquiries, then during the Q&A session, we will take up your questions to answer. And the on-site audience can also ask questions by using QR codes and we will select some of the people who have left comments and questions to give small tokens of gratitude. So I'd like to ask for your active participation. We will see you at 10:50. Thank you so much. Now let me start session 1. Addressing low birth rate and promoting gender equality, the global experience with case studies. Ambassadors and deputy heads of mission of 5 countries will share with us their countries' experiences and policies for gender equality. Now let me hand over the microphone to the chair of session 1, Minister of Gender Equality and the Family of the Republic of Korea, Kim Hyun-suk. So can you listen to my voice well? As was introduced, I am Kim Hyun-suk, Minister of Gender Equality and the Family of the Republic of Korea. Participants, speakers in the on-site and online audience, let me extend my gratitude and warm welcome to all of the participants. In session 1, we will listen to presentations on the policies and experiences for gender equality from ambassadors and deputy heads of mission of 5 countries. Let me introduce our speakers for session 1. The first presenter will be Daniel Volban, Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea. The second speaker is Anne Karin Hansen Ovind, Ambassador of Norway to Korea. And the third speaker is Tamara Mohini, Ambassador of Canada to Korea. And the fourth speaker is Alexander Seidel, Minister and Deputy Head of Mission of Australian Embassy to Korea. And last but not least, the fifth speaker is Gareth Weir, Deputy Head of Mission of British Embassy to Seoul. Then Daniel Volban, Ambassador of Sweden to the Republic of Korea, will give us their presentation on gender equality work and childcare in Sweden. Daniel Volban took office in Korea in December 2021. After that, he is working so hard to promote a bilateral relationship between Korea and Sweden. You have the floor, Ambassador.
Thank you, Minister Kim Hyun-suk, Excellencies, dear fellow speakers, guests, ladies and gentlemen, 안녕하십니까? 저는 Daniel Volban, Johan Sweden Tessay. feel very honored to be here today and share some thoughts about Sweden, about our history of championing gender equality and what we have done over the years to maintain stable birth rates while striving for advances in gender equality. And let me start by extending my sincere gratitude to the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family for inviting me to this meaningful event. Now, despite vast geographical distance, Sweden and the Republic of Korea, we share many similarities. Both countries have gone from being poor rural societies to becoming fully knowledge-based economies and becoming two of the most innovative nations in the world. Both our countries are also heavily dependent on international free trade and multilateral cooperation, and our economies rely on a skilled workforce that underpin exports in high-tech sectors. I wanted to talk about a few factors that I believe have contributed to making Sweden a rather prosperous and equal society. A society in which the responsibilities of childcare coexist with a competitive, equal labor market, and a society in which most people, irrespective of gender, would say that they have a fair chance to realize their dreams and their full potential. But before I begin, let me start by saying that I'm not here to sell the Swedish model, as it were, or to say that South Korea should replicate reforms that have been pushed in Sweden. I think each society must choose its own path based on their very own history, experience, and circumstances. And I wanted to add that Sweden has certainly as much to learn from South Korea as South Korea has to learn from Sweden. I think some of us remember what the former American president Bill Clinton used to say. He said that there is no problem in America that has not been solved somewhere in America. And to paraphrase that, I would like to say there's probably no social problem that hasn't been solved either in Sweden or in South Korea. So I believe we really do have a lot to learn from each other. I wanted to say that at the end of the 19th century, Sweden was one of the poorest countries in Europe. Over the course of a century, Sweden managed to develop into one of the most prosperous and equal countries in the world. And I think, as with Korea's own extraordinary economic journey, several factors made this possible. I would like to highlight a few here, namely the social forces that determinedly worked towards a more inclusive, innovative, and equal society. Sweden has been known and is known today for being an individualistic country. The key concept in our system is to maximize individual autonomy. Women should not be economically dependent on men, children should not be economically dependent on their parents, or vice versa when they get older. Older parents should not be dependent on their children, and so on and so forth. This doesn't mean that Swedes don't like family life, but it means that the starting point of the Swedish society and the starting point of our welfare system is really the individual. And together with this focus on the individual also comes a strong feeling of egalitarianism. This has led to a firm belief in the need to redistribute income in order to avoid large gaps between rich and poor, and an ambition to provide equal societal services. Now, Sweden is also known as a gender equal society. Gender equality is a goal in and of itself, but gender equality is also about economics. We have realized that in order to grow and to maintain our welfare model, we need to use the capacities of both men and women. I wish I had, like the previous speaker, some nice pictures of fathers and mothers and children. I don't have that here. I have some pictures of raw brute statistics, but I hope you will bear with me. So the OECD estimates that 10 to 20% of GDP growth per capita in Sweden and the Nordic countries over the past 40, 50 years can be attributed to an increase in female employment. If a larger part of the population is working, the tax base will also be higher. So in 2018, Sweden had the highest ratio of both working men and women in the European Union, with 80% of women in working age having a formal job. So we believe that it's important that women and men have the same opportunities to engage in paid work that provides economic independence throughout their lives. And here you can see female labor force participation in Sweden and in the European Union. When women are empowered, both at the workplace and at home, individuals, communities, and the whole economy is of course better off. And my main point here is that high female labor participation does not imply lower birth rates. Fertility, if you look at fertility in Sweden, it has declined at the margin over the last 10 years, but we still have one of the highest birth rates in the OECD at about 1.7 children per woman. This wasn't always the case. In the 1970s, Sweden's birth rates were among the lowest in Europe. However, birth rates have been kept stable since then. And when you look at the statistics, it's difficult to draw a direct link between gender equality and high birth rates, but it is quite certain that a few critical reforms aimed at advancing gender equality by supporting the ability of women and men to not only enter but also remain on the labor market on equal footing, and to do so while building a family, have had a positive impact on fertility and natality in Sweden. And I wanted to mention a few, but I also wanted to show you a statistic of the fertility rates, birth per women in Sweden, the European Union, and Korea, which we have already seen. So let me just finish by mentioning a few of the reforms that have taken place in Sweden. In 1971, we had the separate income tax assessment for wife and husband, which replaced joint family taxation. And this created incentives for married women to participate in the labor market to a greater extent. In 1974, Sweden was the first country to introduce a gender-neutral parental leave system that entitled parents to share the duty of taking care of their children. So when a woman gives birth to a child, the family has the right to 16 months paid leave with 85% of their normal salary. And out of these 16 months, 3 months can only be used by one of the parents. So that is a way of incentivizing both parents to take part of the parental leave. Today, Swedish fathers are among the most likely in the OECD to take paid child-related leave. I count myself among those fathers. I have taken parental leave for both my son and my daughter, and in both cases quite extensively so. Now, additionally, I want to say something about the daycare and preschool system, which was expanded already in the 1970s, and which we believe is a prerequisite for women's ability to participate in paid work. As women previously often had to adjust their professional lives to the needs of their children, we saw that also from a previous presenter here in Korea. The development of affordable and accessible public childcare, in our case, have liberated women from having full responsibility for domestic labor. And this has further empowered both men and women to combine work and family life. Another key aspect of the preschool system is to make it affordable. Today, there's a maximum fee for daycare in Sweden equivalent to about 200,000 won per child per month. This fee decreases with the number of children, the size of income, and depending on whether the parent is single. So I dare to say that most Swedish families today feel that they trust that both parents will be able to continue working after having children, and that they will be able to provide good quality health care and education for their children. Today, and we spoke about that previously, many countries are struggling with the challenge of decreasing birth rates. And we know that a high and stable birth rate is crucial for the maintenance of social welfare and prosperity. So how do we enable men then and women to remain in the labor market while empowering them to have children and build families? And how do we overcome low birth rates while achieving greater gender equality? Now, as you've seen from my presentation, I and Sweden, we don't have the answer to all of those questions. And as I mentioned early on in my speech, Sweden is far from perfect. But I think it's worth reiterating, and I will end on that note, the need to consider the specific challenges, circumstances, and histories of individual countries when addressing demographic changes. While it might not be feasible nor desirable to copy the Swedish model directly to other societies, it is clear that in Sweden, advances in gender equality have contributing to maintaining higher birth rates. Making society more gender equal has worked well for us. It is morally right, but it's also economically smart, and it does seem to have a positive effect on population growth. Thank you so much for listening. 감사합니다.
다니엘 볼벤 대사님 발표 감사합니다.
Well, thank you for the great presentation, Mr. Ambassador. In June, I had an opportunity to visit Germany and Sweden and heard many anecdotes in those two countries which were reminded by your presentation. And the key takeaway for me is that Sweden is far from perfection, but it has solved the many issues and problems identified in Sweden, and Korea will be also able to overcome those challenges. That was very impressive. This female 10 to 20% of the Swedish GDP was contributed by female workers. That was also impressive, and I feel that there's still gender gap in the labor market participation in Korea, and we have to reduce this labor participation gap in addition to pay gap between males and females. This will be very critical for us to raise our birth rates, and you also mentioned various policies like the income tax and parental leave for fathers, and raising the quality and access to public education before school. Those were also very impressive policies introduced in Sweden. This will help us a lot to find out our own path to overcome this challenge. I would like to move on to the second presentation. Ms. Anne-Kari Hansen, Ambassador of Norway, will give us a presentation of the Norwegian experience making gender equality work. She is working very hard on sustainable development and natural resources management. Please give a big hand to our second speaker.
Minister of Gender Equality, Kim Yoon-suk, Excellencies, colleagues, distinguished participants, 안녕하세요. First, I would like to express my gratitude to the Minister Kim Yoon-suk and the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family for inviting me to this important conference and also to share Norway's experience. Even though we have come a long way to make gender equality work in my country, we are facing many of the same economic and demographic challenges as Korea and many other countries, declining birth rates and aging population. But as it has been said already, we have so much to learn from each other, and every country has to find its own path. My name is Anne-Kari Hansen Ovin, and I'm Norway's ambassador to the Republic of Korea. Over the next 10 minutes or so, I will try to encapsulate both the importance of gender equality and shed light on Norway's resolute efforts in this pursuit, while also examining some of the progress made and what we still have to work on. First of all, gender equality is not only a fundamental human right, but it is a necessary foundation for a peaceful, prosperous, and sustainable world. All evidence show that women's financial and political participation is fundamental to value creation and economic growth. Hence, gender equality also holds great economic value for a country. We have seen this clearly in Norway. It has been said that the entry of women into the Norwegian workforce in the late 60s and 70s has in fact provided Norway with even bigger resources than all of our revenues from the oil and gas industry combined. And according to an OECD report, the GDP per capita in Norway would have been lower by $9,000 if female employment rate had remained at the levels of the mid-60s. This point to illustrate that gender equality is not only about human rights, it is about sound economic politics, achieving a balanced participation of both men and women in the society is essential to fully harness a nation's potential. Achieving gender equality is critical to our future, and of course our countries and the world indeed are facing difficult challenges in the years to come. We are talking about rapid climate change, food insecurity, and unsustainable international security situation, only to mention a few of those challenges. If we are to find the best solutions, we must draw from a pool of resources, perspectives, and talents from the entire population. We cannot merely draw from half of our population. So speaking of future challenges, the World Bank has estimated that nearly 2/3 of the world population live in a region where fertility rate is below the critical 2.1 threshold. And as the minister and also previous speakers has described, Korea is grappling with one of the lowest fertility rates globally, posing a significant challenge for the future and is crucial on the national agenda. In somewhat similar way, Norway also contends with dwelling fertility rates currently hovering around 1.4 children per woman, from around 2 children per woman in 2009. Some might think that more women participating in the workforce is contradictory to battling low fertility rates. We believe the opposite. Financial independence is fundamental in parenthood. Equal working opportunities and equal distribution of welfare benefits is crucial to ensure such independence. Therefore, the solution to low fertility rates lies not in excluding women from the workforce after childbirth, but rather in affording parents, both men and women, the opportunity and flexibility to balance their roles in both employment and parenthood, as has been also underlined by previous speakers here. Let me also underscore that our efforts in Norway to promote gender equality has taught us that it is not enough to focus on women only. Gender equality should necessarily go both ways. If we want equality between men and women in the family and in the workplace, we must focus on the role of men and fathers as well. Equal rights, yes, but also equal duties. Just let me give you one example from Norway of the latter, and that is the extension of compulsory military service to women, just to give you one example. Making gender equality work is not done overnight or through one specific measure. It is a challenge that needs to allow to be overcome through changing social and cultural behavior. However, there are certain measures that can be taken in order to facilitate change. Allow me to share a selection of statistics that stand testament to the Norwegian achievements in this regard. Norway is considered one of the most gender equal countries in the world. Of 156 countries in the World Economic Forum Global Gender Gap Report from this year, Norway is ranked second after Iceland. And from the early 1970s until today, the employment rate among women in Norway has increased by more than 25%. This means that the employment gap between men and women is narrowed to only 5%. This is the situation today. Also, 75% of Norwegian women aged 15 to 64 are employed. This is about 9% above the OECD average and one of the highest rates in Europe. When it comes to wages, The long-term trend is a gradual narrowing gap between men and women. On average, last year, women earned close to 90% of men's wages if we look only at a full-time employee. There is still a gap, but in an international context, the wage gap between men and women is relatively small in Norway. These achievements have not emerged by themselves. Rather, there have been persistent efforts over several years, numerous years, and a very strong pursuit for gender equality. I will not talk a bit about the most important actions taken in Norway to build a welfare society that supports gender equality. First, free and equal education. Free education is one of the main pillars of the Norwegian welfare society's efforts to achieve gender equality. In Norway, free public education also at university level and financial support for students have been an important policy measure to secure gender equality. Second, free health and welfare benefits. The aim of Norway's family policy is to give children the best possible start in life and to give parents equal opportunities to combine work and family life. Therefore, parental leave and accessible and affordable childcare are two of the key factors in the work towards achieving these goals. Parental leave in Norway is generous. We have 49 weeks of paid leave, and 1/3 of those weeks are earmarked to fathers only. So if the fathers do not take these weeks off work, this part of the paid leave is not transferable to the mother. So as many as 93% of all those who became fathers in 2020 took parental leave, 93%. Let me underscore that the father is strongly expected to take this leave. This is really a high expectation in the society. And if it's not taken, I think that family, colleagues, and friends, they will really think something is strange or wrong. In addition, workers also have paid leave to take care of sick children, and many workers enjoy flexible working hours. So this affordable childcare is really important to ensure that women are entering the workforce. And also a low fare of the kindergarten is also important to ensure. Approximately 375,000 won is paid per month, and the idea is that regardless of the financial situation of the family, there is access to kindergarten. As a result of this, more than 90% of Norwegian preschool children are in kindergartens, and this allows, of course, more adaptable work system, granting both parents the freedom to engage in employment even while raising young children. I would also like to mention changing norms, which is important, and also the rule of role models. I would like to conclude now. I see that my time is up, and I'd like to repeat that we have come a long way in Norway, but still obstacles remains. I will just mention that there is still largely divided in the labor market, and certain sectors are dominated by men and women, and this also results in the remaining wage gap among men and women. And also there is a disproportionate share of unpaid care work still, and this is also reflected that there is more women taking part in part-time jobs, just to mention a few of these obstacles. In private business too, we see less women taking part in the top managerial positions. But let me conclude. In a time when we have witnessed pushbacks on women's and girls' rights at both global and regional level, and especially as it was mentioned after the COVID-19 pandemic, it is important really to keep fighting for what is right and to keep pushing forward. And Norway would continue to work to overcome remaining gender equality challenges in our own country and we would like to work very closely with other countries to advance gender equality and empowerment of women and girls towards achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. It has been mentioned already, and I repeat it, that gender equality is not only the right thing to do, it is the smart thing to do. Thank you for your attention, and let us all work together for a better future. 감사합니다.
네, 그 안내 대사님께서
Yes, Ambassador Anne Karyovin, thank you for the great presentation. You shared your country's experiences, and like the Swedish ambassador, you also mentioned that female participation or contribution to GDP is very important. It is also important for Korea too. And you also mentioned various statistics to illustrate the gender equality of your country. And in terms of gender equality, Norway ranked second. That is very impressive. And the pay wage gap is also being reduced. And among women aged 15 to 64, labor participation rate is the highest. And the gender pay gap, the female to male ratio is at 90%, and there is still a room for improvement. But in Korea, that gender pay gap is just 31%. The female to male ratio is 31%. So our ministry is working so hard to reduce this gender pay gap and to reduce career breaks of mothers. So we are working very hard because we have much more room for improvement. Thank you for sharing the advanced experiences of Norway. I would like to move on to the third speaker, Tamara Mohini, Ambassador of Canada to the Republic of Korea. She was a UN Security Council. She led the UN Security Council campaign team, and she was also the Canada's mission to the UN in Geneva. And I also met her in person. And she, after taking office in Korea this April, she's working so hard to expand the bilateral relationship. She will give us a presentation on empowering women, sustaining families, Canada's holistic approach. You have the floor.
Minister, for the introduction, and thank you for getting such a great turnout today. Bonjour, annyeonghaseyo. It's really and an honor to participate in this conversation and focusing on the theme coexistence of work and care responsibilities in a society challenged by low fertility rates. And like Korea, and as we're discovering many other countries, Canada too is grappling with low fertility rates and the social implications that come from an aging population. And these demographic shifts inevitably have gendered implications affecting women's choices around work, caregiving, and family life. So today I propose to delve into Canadian policies and initiatives aimed at reducing gender disparities, particularly in unpaid domestic labor and workplace dynamics. And I'll also touch on Canada's support for women seeking to balance career and family responsibilities, especially after childbirth. And this includes the policies and programs that Canada has implemented to enable women to maintain career progress even after taking time off for childbearing. And I'm trying not to speak from personal experience, but I have lived it, and I care about it very much. And I think the Canadian government really believes that solving demographic challenges and achieving gender equality, as previous speakers have mentioned, are interconnected objectives, not isolated goals. And so they require a collaborative, whole-of-society approach encompassing the public sector, the private sector, and, as has also been said, both women and men. So just to turn to some key initiatives to reduce gender disparities. First up, Canada's Parental Leave Program is a flagship initiative that incentivizes all parents, including fathers, to take time off work and to share caregiving duties. And I think you're seeing a bit of a theme emerge here. All parents who qualify for Canada's employment insurance have two options for parental leave based on their family needs. First is standard parental leave. Parents can share up to 40 weeks of benefits with a caveat that one parent cannot receive more than 35 weeks. This feature encourages the second parent, usually fathers, to take the parental leave. In this standard option, parents receive 55% of their average weekly earnings, capped at 650 Canadian dollars per week in 2023. The second option is extended parental leave. Parents can share up to 69 weeks of benefits, and one parent cannot receive more than 61 weeks. In this extended option, parents receive 33% of their average weekly earnings, capped at $390 Canadian per week in 2023. So Canada's parental leave program is aiming to give parents flexibility. They can choose between standard or extended. They can choose to share either leaves between themselves in however way they choose, in equal or different lengths of time between the parents and at the same time or one after the other, with or without overlapping for a time. Most importantly, sharing leave between parents results in additional time compared to only one parent taking the leave. And the goal is to give all parents time to care for their new child and to share caregiving duties. The province of Quebec has emerged as Canada's most paternity-friendly region, having implemented some of the most progressive parental leave policies. Since 2006, new fathers in Quebec can access 5 weeks of dedicated paternity leave and share 32 weeks of parental leave. And approximately 84% of new fathers in Quebec take paid paternity leave. In the rest of Canada, less than 13% of men took parental benefits between 2006 and 2019. But since additional weeks of benefits became available for parents to share in 2019, this percentage has already increased to 28.3% in 21-22. Significant investments are also helping to expand access to affordable early learning and childcare. The 2021 federal budget committed nearly $30 billion over 5 years in support of early learning and childcare, including building a Canada-wide early learning and childcare system. And the vision here is for families to have access to affordable, high-quality, and inclusive childcare, no matter where they live. It is a plan to drive economic growth and to increase participation in the workforce, especially amongst mothers, and to offer each child in Canada the best possible start in life. While more progress is, of course, needed, Canada has shown, we've tried to demonstrate commitment through policy and investment to reduce those systemic disadvantages facing women across family life and the workplace. I wanted to touch on also supporting careers post-childbirth. Our employment protections ensure women cannot lose jobs due to pregnancy or maternity leave. Any employee who takes parental leave is entitled to either the same job or a comparable role upon returning from leave. Employers are prohibited from penalizing workers for taking leave. We also have transition support programs to help women successfully return to work after leave. And this includes provisions like gradual part-time work re-entry and flexible work arrangements. As I previously mentioned, access to affordable, high-quality, and inclusive early learning and childcare is really another essential component enabling women's workforce participation, probably the single greatest reason that leads to women to be tempted to leave the workforce after childbirth. Canada is working with provincial, territorial, and Indigenous partners to build an affordable, inclusive, flexible, Canada-wide early learning childcare system, and building again on the example in the province of Quebec. Quebec introduced heavily subsidized public childcare over 25 years ago, with parents today paying a reduced contribution rate of $8 a day for children under 5 in subsidized regulated childcare spaces. This makes childcare universally accessible. Key targets for the Canada-wide system include reducing parent fees and creating new high-quality regulated childcare spaces by March 2026. Other initiatives also make it possible for women to fully engage in careers while starting families, supporting gender equality and demographic sustainability. Flexible and remote work options are helping mothers better manage family responsibilities alongside professional ones, trying to draw the positive lessons from COVID. Mentorship initiatives aimed at empowering women seeking management roles following career breaks for childcare also contribute to meeting this goal. Canada remains committed to evolving policies that allow women to participate fully in the labour force without sacrificing career aspirations or family goals. But challenges still remain. So I just wanted to touch on efforts to eliminate gender equality and close gaps in the workplace. And a key milestone for us was passing proactive pay equity legislation 5 years ago, requiring equal pay for work of equal value in federally regulated sectors. This helps to address the gender wage gap. And multiple government funds and corporate initiatives also aim to support women rising to senior leadership roles, including mentorship programs, as I mentioned. 8 years ago, Canadian securities regulators instituted comply or explain rules in an effort to increase the number of women in the nation's corporate boardrooms and executive offices. The rules require gender diversity disclosure by publicly listed companies. This brings, we hope, transparency and accountability. We are also seeing an increasing number of leading companies implement practices like skills-based hiring, blind screening of applications, and structured promotion processes to minimize unconscious bias. But progress remains incomplete. We're still underrepresented in top corporate roles. In 2022, in Canada, women held just under 36% of managerial positions and 35% of seats on boards. So closing these gaps is going to require continued coordinated efforts by government regulators and businesses. Just to conclude, it's clear that achieving gender equality and tackling demographic challenges is a collective effort. It's not something that government can accomplish alone. And while Canada has made meaningful progress, we believe, through public policies, workplace regulations, and childcare investments, collaboration is still the key across all sectors. And what matters is that there is a shared commitment to fostering an environment where both men and women are equally invested in caregiving and professional roles. Businesses, too, must lead by implementing family-friendly practices, eliminating bias in hiring and promotion, and championing women leaders. We believe that Canada has built some momentum on this issue, but systemic change requires ongoing partnership. But we're hopeful that by working together, we're getting closer to a society of equal opportunity. Thank you so much. 감사합니다.
예, 감사.
Well, thank you so much. As with the cases of Norway and Sweden, Canada also had the same experience of obligating fathers to take out a paternity leave. In Sweden, it's 3 months and 15 weeks for Norway, or at least 5 weeks from either a parent. And in the case of Canada, what is interesting is that there can be some overlap between both parents, and there are also 2 options for paternity leave, and for either of the options, different paid benefit will apply. There is an extended version. That's a very interesting point in the Canadian policy. From the early 2000s, Korea also has been working very hard to expand the access to early childcare. But we will also refer to the best practices of Canada to expand the access and raise quality of early childcare. And we also benchmarked the policies of the government of Quebec when it comes to the early child care service and the guaranteeing female employees a safe return to work. That is another issue for Korea to overcome I think we share this concern for the more part-time works and flexible work environment and how to take advantage of the hotelier community. These are very important issues. And it comes to boardrooms and the senior managerial roles, we have to have more women in those high positions. We need to also make some improvements in this, and we have to revise our Capital Market Act to encourage more businesses to hire women in senior jobs so that we can create a better, more equal environment for both men and women. Thank you so much for your great presentation. Now I'd like to move on to the fourth speaker, Alexander Siddle, Deputy Head of Mission, Australian Embassy. She took office in Korea in 2021, and she's one of the first ones that I met in person. And last year, she also participated in this forum to talk about women's participation in economic activities in Australia. And now she will give us a presentation on the making Australia the most gender equal country in the world. Please give a big hand.
Thank you everyone for coming today. It's a very important event. I am very pleased to be here for the second time, but unfortunately the challenges that we face and that we discussed last time are not getting any easier. So the data shows that women in Australia are doing better economically, but because they are engaged in more paid work. But while this is a win, they are tired, physically, emotionally and politically, tired of bearing the consequences of their disproportionate caring responsibilities and pervasive gender bias. We see a compounding effect of disrupted careers, financial insecurity, and worse outcomes in well-being. That said, I don't want to be too pessimistic. 2023 is a historic time for gender equality in Australia. We have a new government with ambitious goals. I also believe it is a critical juncture for the Republic of Korea. Next. Australia faces, with the lowest birth rate in the OECD, as we have heard, at 0.78%, and a rapidly ageing population, increasing labour shortages and limited immigration, we know Korea is fast approaching a demographic cliff. Now, Australia faces similar challenges, and while our birth rate at 1.7%, or double that of Korea, means that our demographic challenges are less stark and are coming less imminently, we are acutely aware that our national power and the resilience of our economy and society relies on a healthy population and freedom of movement across our region in a way that meets the needs of our people and industry. For Australia, multiculturalism and people-to-people exchange have a role to play in finding a solution to our demographic challenges. And whilst we're here to talk about gender today, gender equality must go hand in hand with cultural inclusion if we are to address broader demographic challenges. But before I go into the details of Australia's domestic approach and our policy levers that we are pulling to become the most gender equal country in the world, I will just touch on quickly the current global situation and how it impacts on our consideration. Whilst we've seen some normalisation of our day-to-day lives with the reduction of our COVID risk, the fight for gender equality remains as important as ever. The post-pandemic world remains an era of insecurity and financial stress for women, including in Australia. The war in Ukraine has also raised the cost of living, on energy and food in particular, at unsustainable levels for all vulnerable people. That's why I was delighted to see President Yoon standing shoulder to shoulder with Japanese and American counterparts just last month, reaffirming the three leaders' commitment to promoting the full and meaningful participation of women in our societies. Like Korea, the Australian government is also committed to advancing our reputation as a global leader on gender equality, taking action not just at home, but across our foreign policy, overseas development assistance, and trade and economic priorities. We know that gender inequality undermines prosperity, stability, and security, and insecurity that we can ill afford in the Indo-Pacific right now. At home, in May last year, after Prime Minister Albanese was elected, the Australian government announced that our Minister for Women, Katie Gallagher, would also be the Minister for Finance and the Minister for Public Service. And this move has been critical in elevating gender equality within the Cabinet. It has meant that government priorities and decision-making more generally has gender front and centre. The good to key policy making is data and evidence, and we need to know the extent of the problem that we're facing before we can find the tools to deal with it. And that is why Australian government has focused heavily on disaggregated data, gender statistics, and gender analysis, including on the caring responsibilities and the barriers to equal participation in professional life. Much of this data is analysed by the Australian Bureau of Statistics, our Treasury, the Department of Finance, and their specific Office for Women. The Office consciously works across government, across portfolios, to progress policies and programs to advance gender equality and women's empowerment in Australia and internationally. One of the ways we do this is through a women's budget statement. This was an election commitment by the Albanese government to evaluate the impact of all significant budgetary measures on women and examine how the allocation of public resources affects gender equality. The 2023-24 budget indicated a clear language shift towards community-focused responsibility, moving the narrative towards investment and away from trickle-down impact. Minister Gallagher introduced a suite of measures across the economy to address gender inequality. Now, Ms. Kim Yong-mi asked what type of country we wanted to hand down to our children, and I think that is the absolute critical question. It's a question of value. What do we value for our community? And for Australians, gender equality is key. And that's why we have made changes across government to implement this. The welfare system has been reformed to increase support for single parents and the unemployed, to provide energy price relief and rent assistance, and to help the transition to clean energy. We know that women live longer than men, and older women are significant users of healthcare. That is why the budget included significant support for aged care and healthcare income support. In terms of jobs, we've increased the number of skill training for women in apprenticeships and trainees. On tax front, we've also made some reforms because we understand that the female workforce participation patterns mean that women have lower superannuation balances at retirement. The government has also recognised the importance of structural reform to our industrial relations policy to build more inclusive systems. For example, the work of carers in social assistance industries such as nurses, childcare and home care workers, 76% of whom are women, this has been repeatedly undervalued by industrial relations tribunals in the past. And because workers in the care sectors are paid 33% less on average than workers in other sectors, unsurprisingly, like in Korea, the supply of care workers in Australia is inadequate. And just, as we've heard today, this is just at the time when we need them even more. We know that we'll have a shortage of around 40,000 nurses next year, probably 16,000 childcare workers, and people with disability by about 85,000 people next year. So these are huge numbers that we don't have and we need to fill. That's why the government has funded a 15% pay rise for workers in aged care and is looking at similar measures for childcare workers. Now, the Australian government is never content to stay still. We are committed to developing a national strategy to achieve gender equality. And while the strategy isn't finished yet, it's going to focus on women's economic equality and independence, leadership, representation and rights, balancing family and care responsibilities, health and well-being. Now, these are issues that will require effort from all of us, and it's such an important point, I want to reiterate it. First, Gender equality is not about women's issues. If we use an Australian colloquialism, gender equality is about everybody having a fair go. Second, gender equality is the key to maximising our national power and our economic resilience. Third, women alone cannot be responsible for building a future-fit society. Men must be equal participants. And fourth, the government cannot be responsible by itself for implementing social change. Communities and individuals must also be heavily involved. Now, it's this very, very basic idea of equity, that Australia believes will lead to real social change at all levels and help create the conditions that support all types of families and deliver healthy and sustainable population growth. Through a whole of government effort, championed not just by our Minister for Women, but by all elected representatives, and working closely together with our international partners like Korea, we can slowly but surely address the structural barriers causing demographic issues while creating more inclusive economies and a more resilient region. 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much. Whenever I met Alexandra, the Madame Deputy Head of Mission, I met her during our campaign, and she just highlighted the message, the very important message, having a fair go. And the Minister for Women, Finance and Public Service of Australia, Katie Gallagher, said during her campaign that making Australia the most gender equal country in the world, and she explained to us strategies and policies to make this possible. And she mentioned evidence that analysis is very important, and women's budget is very important for a better gender equality. Korea also has a women's budget, and not just budget and institution and programs. We also conduct evaluation for gender equality, and this total fertility rate is higher than the double the rate of Korea. Well, there's a very different situation from Korea. There are so many immigrants and the multiculturalism of Australia, and especially the old age, women in old age, how to guarantee the social service and quality life of these women. That is also very important. And health sector and caring sector, these sectors have lower wages, even though they have higher participation of women, and you're working for ways to improve a wage. Well, the situation is the same in Korea, so we have to also raise wages in sectors where female participation is higher. Whenever I see the cases of these countries, they all highlighted the message. This is a collective effort, not just the effort by the government. This is a very meaningful message. Now, last but not least, we'd like to hear presentation by Gareth Weir, Deputy Head of Mission of British Embassy, Seoul, and he took office in Korea in July 2022. He has deep and ample experiences in international management and development, and this is the 140th anniversary of forming diplomatic ties between the two countries, and he will give us a presentation on the Closing the Gender Gap, UK Experience and Ambitions. You have the floor. Thank you.
안녕하세요. 저는 Gareth입니다.
My name is Gareth Weir. Great to see you all.
Good morning. Thank you, Minister, for the warm welcome and for organising this event to you and your team. It is an important event in its fourth year. I've been asked to share something of the UK experience of gender equality, and I want to start this presentation, if you like, from a place of deep humility. No country in the world has yet achieved gender equality. So in that sense, we are all learning from each other. And whilst we have made progress in the UK, one of the things that stood out for me recently was the Women's World Cup, which was an outstanding event, watched by record viewers in the UK. We are still not where we want to be or need to be in the UK against key metrics, such as gender pay gap, sexual harassment and violence against women, and gender composition at all levels of the workforce, but especially leadership roles. So in a sense, we are also on a learning journey. We have, however, done things that I think have helped, and I will talk about a few of them today. The first is the Equality Act, which I think has made an impact on equality and birth rates in our society. It was enacted in 2010, a landmark piece of legislation designed to promote fairness and protect individuals from any form of discrimination. The primary focus of the legislation was to eliminate any discrimination based on age, disability, gender reassignment, marriage, civil partnership, pregnancy, maternity, race, religion or belief, sex or sexual orientation. In a sense, it's what we value as a country, protected characteristics. The Act has played a key role in fostering a more inclusive and diverse society. It's ensured that people of all backgrounds, genders, sexual orientations and abilities have the same access to employment, education, healthcare and housing. Changing the legislation has helped shift social norms and behaviours and made it easier to identify and challenge discrimination-related barriers that previously hindered the personal and professional development of many individuals. I was struck, for example, on hearing the story this morning in the keynote about the type of questions a woman might get asked at interview. In the UK, that could be construed as discriminating based on gender. By encouraging employers to create inclusive workplaces and by holding organisations accountable for discriminatory practices, we have witnessed a more balanced distribution of income and opportunities across various demographic groups. The wage gap, as you can see here, has fallen by approximately a quarter over the last decade among full-time and part-time employees. But clearly, this is still not good enough. Any employer in the UK with 250 or more employees must report their gender pay gap every year. This level of transparency helps drive accountability and ultimately enables job seekers to make more informed decisions about the type of organisation they want to work for. Our experience of the UK of changing standards, behaviours and social norms through legislation may be relevant with the ongoing discourse here in the Republic of Korea on the impact of a potential anti-discrimination bill. So now to turn to the relationships between the Equality Act and birth rates. I think the two are intertwined through the lens of social and economic equality. As we know already, one of the key factors influencing birth rates is the status and economic well-being of women. The Equality Act, through its inclusion of gender and maternity as protected characteristics, has undoubtedly played a role in empowering women, enabling them to pursue their careers and aspirations without facing discrimination. We have also made progress in breaking down traditional roles and stereotypes. Policies such as the shared parental leave have been instrumental. This is an opportunity for both partners to share 50 weeks of leave up to 37 weeks of pay. They can choose to do it one-off together or to stagger the leave. It was before my time as a dad, unfortunately, but I have clearly seen the change with some of the younger people coming through, including in the UK diplomatic network, where now we are able to build much more flexible careers. It also addresses some of the challenges of a career break because both parents continue to stay engaged in the labour market. As the slide sets out, it's a shifted in society norms where men are increasingly sharing the domestic responsibilities, including childcare. Couples are now likely to make more joint decisions about family planning, about shared maternity and paternity leave, and about how to distribute the responsibilities and mental load of bringing up children. This has certainly been the case for me and my wife. We still have much to do, and to give you a flavour of some of the other initiatives underway. Firstly, we understand that diversity fuels innovation and growth, which is why we're dedicated to creating more opportunities for female entrepreneurs. We have a task force on women-led high-growth enterprise chaired by Anne Bowden, who is the founder of Starling Bank. This task force brings together women from diverse industries and regions across the UK, working together to tackle investment barriers, challenge outdated gender stereotypes, and open up opportunities for women of all backgrounds. The report is due early next year. Equally, in addition to supporting women in the business world, we are committed to supporting working parents. We recognise the vital role that parents, particularly mothers, play in our society. The UK government's childcare reforms aim to close the gap between parental leave ending and the government's entitlement offers, thus ensuring that more parents, especially women, can re-enter the workforce without undue burden. The government is predicted to spend in excess of £8 billion a year on free hours and childcare costs. And as was set out earlier by the UN lead, caring responsibility is not a commodity. It needs to be valued and invested in. We also know the importance of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics in our modern economy, and women have been historically underrepresented. We've made strides in increasing the number of girls studying STEM subjects. But the STEM gap remains, and the gap in careers still persists. We have the STEM Returners Pilot, which was launched last year, supporting parents and carers re-enter STEM roles by providing employability support and training, ensuring that women carers are not held back because of caregiving responsibilities. And in the realm of healthcare, we're working to improve women's access to reproductive health services and promote their overall well-being. The Women's Health Strategy sets out a 10-year plan to boost the health and well-being of women and girls, and prioritises a number of expanding health hubs, improving access to essential services like contraception and care for menstrual problems and the menopause. And we've appointed our first Women's Health Ambassador last year, who will focus on raising the profile of women's health. Finally, work continues to combat the horrible violence against women and girls that remain disturbingly present, both in the UK and around the world. In the UK, 1 in 4 women experience domestic abuse in their lifetimes, and women are 27 more times likely than men to receive online harassment and abuse. The UK government has published a comprehensive strategy to prevent abuse, pursue perpetrators, and support victims, backed by substantial funding. So in conclusion, whilst we have a long way to go, I would observe that the key bits of legislation, such as the Equality Act and the shared parental leave, have had an impact on equality, helping to create a fairer and more inclusive society. This, in turn, has helped women, and in fact both parents, make more informed choices about careers and family planning. Importantly, this is not just a domestic issue. The ambition is to put women and girls in all of their diversity at the heart of everything the department I work for, the Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office, does. We are committed to using all our diplomatic and development capability to improve lives, embolden and amplify women's organisations and voices, and stand up to those intent on holding back women and girls. In Seoul, we have a programme called Empower, which is one that works with and supports the next generation of Korean leaders, as an example. Our hope is that together, through forums like this, we can contribute to make progress towards a more inclusive and just future for all. 감사합니다.
Well, that was the last presentation of this session. He mentioned Equality Act. We also have the Framework Act for Gender Equality. Of course, details will differ, but having legislation on equity is really very important to eradicate discrimination across society. So Equality Act was the starting point in the case of UK, and businesses of more than 250 employees, they have to disclose their gender pay gap every year. That is very impressive. Korea does not have such requirement, but we will introduce the gender equality disclosure system or program this year. That was one of the campaign pledges of the Yoon Suk-yeol administration, and encouraging the males to also take out the paternity cares, very similar policies or the common policies across 5 countries. Diversity will drive innovation. That is also another takeaway message, because women, they are discouraged to become leaders in the private sector. So encouraging more women to become leaders in the private sector as well as startups, that is also a very shared policy goals between the UK and Korea. And myself, as a Minister of Gender Equality, I also want to see more women in the STEM sector so that women can be guaranteed equality in high-wage jobs. That's another takeaway point. And he also mentioned violence against the women and the girls. Mentioned domestic violence, sexual harassment, sexual abuse against the women. And this is another very welcoming policy. International community should work together to eradicate violence against the women. When I visited New Zealand is a gender equal country, but people there also mentioned domestic violence. So creating violence-free society is also a shared universal goal across the country. Thank you for your great presentation. I've listened to all of the 5 countries, and all of the 5 speakers really kept to the time limit. So we have ample time, 20 minutes for the Q&A session. I'd like to open the floor to take up questions, and we will also select some of the questions posed by the online audience to have a general discussion. And I think that the ambassadors and the deputy heads of mission in this session, they all know each other very well, and they seem very friendly toward one another. I feel like I'm the only foreigner here, and you have had many opportunities to interact, so you can have a very free-flowing discussion amongst yourselves. And since you know each other very well, if you don't have any further things to discuss, because you have already discussed very in-depth, and you mentioned the common sense and the common issues for gender equality. So if you already covered many points, then I will ask a few questions for opening. So Swedish ambassador was the first one to give us a presentation. You mentioned paternity leave for fathers and the obligation to female quota in the senior positions, 40% of the female quota. And that is one way to increase gender equality in boardrooms and senior positions. I just want to know how you achieved this higher gender equality and how you built a social consensus for gender equality. Korea is a very dynamic country, so now we have to also build a social consensus for gender equality. You have to have some talks with businesses and the labor unions. How did you build a social consensus for gender equality? That can be a very good starting point for discussion.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I think, and again, I said it in my introduction, I want to reiterate it again, Sweden is not a perfect case. We still have some ways to go, certainly when it comes to female leadership and female positions, high positions in industry and on corporate boards. But I think when it comes to Sweden as a society, and I recognize many things that my colleagues have said here, I think that at some point there's been a tipping point where people have stopped seeing gender equality as a zero-sum game. And there's been a realization, I don't know how much the government has had to do with this and how much is just a development as a whole in society, where both women and men realize that we have equally much to gain from a gender equal society. And you can see this in many areas. I was also struck by my Norwegian colleagues' comment. We have the same in Sweden. Military conscription is now gender equal and that gender neutral rather, and that shows that gender equality goes both ways. It's certainly about privileges, but it's also about obligations. So it's a difficult question to answer. I don't think there's one factor, but I think that as a society we have to realize that everyone has to gain from gender equality, and again, it is certainly not a zero-sum game between men and women. Thank you.
고맙습니다. 제로섬 게임이 아니라는 것.
Yes. There's a tipping point that we all realize that this is not a zero-sum game and that the country should make an effort. And Norwegian ambassador also mentioned that the military conscription should also be done for both genders, and I think gender equality should also go for both ways. There are different points for male and females where they are discriminated against the opposite sex, and males, they sometimes feel discriminated when it comes to the military enlisting issue. Well, that is also a very important topic. And Norway also mentioned the case that the many fathers, more fathers, 93% of the fathers take out maternity leave, and gender pay gap is very low, and Norway has made great improvements on those fronts. Norway is one of the advanced economies when it comes to gender equality, but Norway wants to make a step forward. But what's the most challenging factor when you want to make a step forward, even though you are very advanced when it comes to gender equality?
Yes, thank you, Minister, for that question. And I think it's a continuous also development. Let me just start a little bit with, we were talking about tipping points. I also mentioned this, the importance of role models, the gender equality in terms of legally introduction in Norway was back in 1970s, 1978. We started to have legal, introduced legal requirement for gender equality. And I think that when the first Norwegian Prime Minister Gro Harlem Brundtland ran her first government back in 1981, that made really headlines around the world, and it changed a lot also in the composition of the governments and also the parliamentarian composition from back in the 1980s, and from that time it became normal to have 40 to 50% representation of men and women in government and in parliament, and that plays an important role, of course, but it is the society's change in general. And I think that legal implementations, but also incentives and role models, we need many different instruments actually to push gender equality forward. And I think that incentives are important. You mentioned, parental leave and the high percentage of men taking their father's quota. I think that, we have paid 49 weeks parental leave in Norway, and as I mentioned, 1/3 is reserved for the father, and the family actually lose that benefit if the father doesn't take up those 15 weeks. And of course that is a motivation also, but I think more so, fathers in Norway and families in Norway, they recognize the very importance of being together, bringing up the children together, and share not only, the work, but also the work and free time after work. That is a very important, I would say, part of family life, to have access to free time, but also to be able to pursue both careers. So that's why for the Norwegian family policies, the best way of a good start for a child is a top priority. Equally important is also that both fathers and mothers have the opportunity to pursue their career and contribute to the family life. So I think that was a long answer to a question, but there are so many different aspects that drive this gender equality agenda forward. And I think it has been mentioned that we need to work with, individually, businesses and politicians, and we need a combination of different instruments that drive this agenda forward. Thank you.
Once again, we heard that there was a act adopted in 1978 and that there's a high portion in the public sector in politics, and I feel that in politics and in parliament that female representation has increased to approximately 50%, and we see that there are many female ministers and a lot of representation. And yet I feel that you are putting a lot of effort to reduce the income gap. And you also talked about parental leave as an incentive. And regarding family life and work-life balance is a challenge for all countries, and I think Norway is a role model for other countries. We have the Canadian ambassador who is joined despite your busy schedule.
And what was impressive was flexibility in the parental leave, because you give two options. That is a big difference from other countries' experiences. Why did you prepare two options for paternity care? Can you give us the reason? And the Quebec government has the best practice. And in senior positions of businesses, to have more women in the senior jobs of private businesses. We also revised the Capital Market Act to have more women in senior positions. And what was your effort to have more women in senior positions? And there are many immigrants in Canada. How did you create harmony between the different immigrants and Native people and the Canadian people? How did you promote gender equality despite the diverse people in your society?
Thank you very much for that question. And just to build, there were a couple of expressions that have emerged. First of all, trying to avoid that zero-sum game, that one group isn't advancing at the cost of another. I think that's so critical in this discussion, and it was very much part of Canadian policy calculations. And also, as you were speaking, I was thinking of that great sort of equality mantra: you cannot be what you cannot see. And so important. You referenced, Minister, the importance of representation. We have to be able to see role models for everyone to be able to see themselves in those roles. But I also really wanted to thank you for making a reference to immigration in Canada. And for me, the discussion on gender equality and perhaps our, if I may, maybe my colleagues won't be happy for me saying this, but our relative slowness to moving towards some of those mechanical policy changes on gender, childcare, maternity leave, has also been because we've already had such a long background of focusing on diversity and inclusion. And so I think I made reference in my comments to how everything is tied together, everything is integrated. But our discussions on gender equality in Canada very much come and are attached to our conversations about diversity and inclusion. And when we've really put a great emphasis on feminism. We have a government who states very clearly that they are a feminist government, and we try to see that through all aspects of policies, international policy, finance policy, across the board. We also have really tried to bring in a focus on gender-based analysis. But sometimes I want to encourage colleagues not to be fooled by the words gender or feminism. This really is about including everybody. And I think in the current discussions in Canada, we're looking at how women fare in the economy, but also individuals with multiple identities. You can be a woman, but you can also be disabled, you can also be indigenous, you can also be racialized. How each individual is going to live that differently, and they have to be able to see themselves in the policies that are able to adapt. We can't impose one approach, a zero-sum game, just to solve issues relating to women. It has to be a little bit more adaptable than that. So I think that's where the desire for flexibility comes from. It's also where our great humility comes from. We know we have many challenges, but we're trying to take the strengths and what we've learned about inclusiveness to bring that to improve our statistics on women's participation in the workforce in particular. Thank you.
Yes. Canada also took a very long time to build a social consensus and creating a suitable environment and showing more women in senior positions to serve as role models. This is not a zero-sum game. This is a repetitive message first echoed throughout this session. And now we'd like to move on to Australia. You mentioned various gender equality policies.
This year, I understand that you are pursuing a paradigm pursuing gender equality with the new minister. You did explain briefly about the agendas that are being pursued, but since you did not have time, if you would like to introduce other policies that are being pursued.
Thanks very much, Minister. I think it's fair to say that we've had a consistent policy that is supportive of gender equality for a very long time. In 1902, Australia was the second country in the world to get the women to get the vote. And in 1976, we had the first Minister for Women. So this is not something that's new. It is a consistent policy objective and something that we are really trying to advance every single day. It's also something that I think is equally applicable to both sides of politics. So it's not a politicized debate, and it goes very much to that principle around fair go and equality. So that's sort of the history of why we are doing what we're doing. The fundamental shift that we are making now is around the integration of policy advice and the integration into a whole of government approach, which means that policy for women or about gender equality, is not just for women. It's about health policy, it's about tax policy, it's about industrial relations, it's about representation. So that, to go to the points that my colleagues have made, these policies are not specific to one segment of society. It's about changing the whole way in which society values people as a whole. In terms of extra specificity, there were things I didn't get to mention. Some simple things that are changing how women are valued. For example, because of workforce participation patterns, women and their gender pay gap, women generally have lower superannuation or pension balances on retirement. One of the things that we are trying to do is look at the timing of the payment of superannuation. It sounds very boring and it is very, very technical, but really what it means is non-payment of superannuation most commonly affects women because they're the lowest paid employees in part-time work. So what we're trying to do is look at the structural causes of discrimination and trying to address those things, be it through taxation policy or industrial relations policy. I think my colleague mentioned the FIFA World Cup, and I do think that is actually a really important metric. That was the first time that we have filled stadiums with people watching women's sport. And it's the first time that the taxi driver, when you talk about the game tomorrow night, doesn't ask you if they mean men's soccer or women's soccer. It was just the game. So that was a really important mind shift or cultural shift in the way in which female activity was seen as equal, and I really look forward to the day when Korea can host a Women's World Cup with equal fervour, and really, yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your wonderful comments that women were able to vote for the first time in 1902 in Australia, that these efforts were not sudden, that it has been consistent, and you talked about superannuation pension, and that if women do not or receive less superannuation pensions, then this will impact them the most. That is why industrial relationships and tax-related policies need to be changed and reviewed. And regarding the pension that women receive is lower than men, and so this is being put into consideration. In Korea, we are in the process of reforming our national pension system. And I think we need to review those issues, and this is an area that we can work on together, I believe. And for the World Cup, I hope that happens one day. So you don't need to mention whether it's women's or men's World Cup. It's just FIFA. Today we are talking about gender equality. So I think that we need to realize the value of men and women together, and I believe that that is a very meaningful example that you gave us.
Last, my question for the Deputy Head of Mission of the British Embassy Seoul. You mentioned the Equality Act. It has great impact on fertility rate and the female employment caring and women's participation in the labor market and fertility rate. They should be raised together at the same time to guarantee more autonomy of women. So it was introduced in 2010. It has been 13 years. So can you give us more details about the impact of this Equality Act, unexpected positive impact of the Equality Act that was passed in 2010?
Thank you, Minister. Yeah, so I think this is an example, I think, where the government put in place a piece of legislation perhaps ahead of public consensus on equality. So in the sense, the government was leading the debate by changing the legislation. And that inevitably then forced people, companies, civil service, ourselves, to have a conversation, because they set out some clear standards of what discrimination was and was not. And then they were intent on holding people to account against those standards. So suddenly there was a lot more scrutiny and transparency around equality. That led, I think, to much more debate in companies, in organizations about what they were doing. And we talked a bit about sort of micro unconscious bias all the way through to outright discrimination. But those sorts of debates have happened since the legislation, where now we have lots of conversations and training about unconscious bias and ensuring that when we do recruitments, for example, in the civil service, they are blind recruitments, so that we try to remove any unconscious bias in the process. Equally, I think it's changed the narrative for younger people coming through the system. So if I talk to younger people who've just started their careers, they demand much more of the organizations they work for. They want more flexible working relationships. They want shared paternity, maternity leave as part of the package of joining that organization. So I think it's changing businesses because the labor market is demanding some of those changes. Equally, those same young people are demanding more changes as potential voters. So political parties are now under more scrutiny in terms of what they are doing to address some of these underlying challenges. I also think it's thrown into array the question of media and how media portray gender in the world, particularly in the UK at the moment, in terms of what are some of the messages, what are some of the ways in which gender and women's roles are portrayed in mainstream media. And it's allowed us to be more challenging, perhaps, of some of the stereotypes that are implicit within media. which, as we've talked about, if you can't see some of the changes or hear in the news or see in the TV programs that you watch some of the changes that we value are trying to get to, it makes it much more difficult. So again, it's opened up space to challenge media about how they're doing that presentation.
예, 그 아까도 제가
Well, I also asked the question before. We have this Framework Act for gender equality, and the other ministries have different legislations to prevent discrimination. So our situation is different from that of the UK, but we also have a blind screening criteria in the recruitment process of the private sector. So we also have very similarities in terms of policies. We have Framework Act for gender equality, and we also have this anti-discrimination recruitment process and legislation that guarantees the anti-discrimination. Even though there are slight differences between countries, we also have many similarities. So there was a positive impact from the Equality Act, and likewise, Korea is also seeing positive impact from our commitment. We have 4 minutes left. So we will just read some of the questions that we received from our online, offline audience. But important questions were already covered. So if I state some of the questions, I'm not sure which one should answer to these questions. But in Korea, there are so many self-employed people, self-employed business people, and these small merchants. Of course, it is very easy to introduce gender equality programs in big businesses, but what about startups or self-employed people, small merchants? For those people to have a better work-life balance, what kind of policies and programs do you have in your own respective countries? In Korea, we have more self-employed people. We have higher ratio compared to other countries. So can you share with us your best practices for gender equality in small businesses? What about the Canadian ambassador?
Thank you. I think that's such an interesting question because so much economic growth and drive comes from small business. And that's such an important part of our economic strategy is to favor small business. I think it's also about trying to ensure women have equal access and all marginalized or vulnerable groups have equal access to the ability to set up a business and have the wherewithal. So there's definitely challenges in terms of the paid leave because in a smaller structure, if one person takes leave, the business comes to a halt. But I think it's very important to encourage access and encourage women seeing themselves as business leaders, business startups, and getting into some of the different areas where women are less represented. So it's encouraging right from the beginning, as well as creating the policy framework to provide support across the social support system. I don't know if others have views on small business.
Maybe just one point to supplement what our Canadian colleague just said. To provide, coaching and training program specifically targeting at young women who are interested in setting up entrepreneurship, and that is also something that the industry association also provide mentorship and training program to inspire and stimulate activity also for smaller businesses. So that is one important contribution also from the private sector itself. But it's definitely an area where
where access to these welfare programs is of course very important. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your perspectives. Our ministry, to encourage more women to participate in the labor market, we supported women to start to their own startups, and we supported women in self-employed sector. And the Ministry of Industries and the Ministry of Startups, Ministry of Welfare, Ministry of Science and Technology, all different ministries of Korea, they have their own programs just to support female startup CEOs and the female self-employed people. We have various benefits and programs, but it is very difficult to implement those benefits in very small workplaces and self-employed people. So supporting them with better social security programs. That is another challenge that we have to address. Even though we have programs, these people are not in a position to actually take out the paternal leave or use those programs. So this is another point that we have to make improvements. Another question that I have, this question is directed to the Swedish ambassador. So when the paternal leave is obligated, this can be another burden on businesses and employers. How did you change perceptions of these businesses to give incentives to have more employees taking out on the paternity leave? And this can also lead to some anxiety or animosity between different sexes. If there was some conflict between men and women, how did you overcome those sexual conflict? And when you returned from the paternity leave, you were not worried about your job? And this is a very cute question. The 3 questions in total.
Thank you. No, it's a great question, all 3 parts of it. I think, so parental leave, it's not obligated. Of course, you don't have to take it if you don't want to, but what I mentioned in my presentation is out of the parental leave that's given, if it's not shared, if parts of it is not shared, it disappears, so to speak. So there's an incentive given by the government for both the woman and the man to partake in parental leave. So that's an important aspect. I think when you look, 2 things that has happened in Sweden briefly is that companies, including smaller companies, have really seen both the social and the economic benefits also to the company of parental leave. So many companies actually top up what the state replaces in terms of income. So if you're a high earner, for example, there might be an economic disincentive to take parental leave. Many Swedish companies actually compensate for that because they see that parental leave as such is good for the company, it's good for the workers, it incentivizes them in the long term. And then, of course, the very interesting question, what does this do to your career? My short answer in Sweden today, taking parental leave does nothing to your career in the sense that it's neutral when it comes to career development. It's anecdotal, but I can say for myself that you take parental leave, you come back to your work, it's just the way it was when you left it, right? And the more people that take parental leave, I think the more the better the environment becomes for parental leave. It just becomes something that you do. And I would actually add that today in Sweden, not taking any parental leave for your kids could potentially even be a little bit detrimental to your career. People would start wondering, what is it about this person that, he or she doesn't want to be with his or her kids. So it's about long-term change and about creating an environment where legislation actually works, not only on paper, but also in practice.
예, 제가
Yes, the last part of the question was a very cute and personal question, but he mentioned a very important point. This is a win-win situation. That is a very key takeaway of his message, creating an environment where companies can grow together with employees by giving out paternity leaves. And when people return from paternity leave, there should be no change to the person's jobs and works and positions. This is a very important point. Now I'd like to turn to Norwegian ambassador.
And you said that now women must go to the military. They have to carry out military service. Does this lead to better gender equality? And there's another question from a housewife in Korea. What are the differences in family life and relationship between parents and children, and relations in the family? What are the differences that you see between Korea and Norway?
Yes, thank you for that question. Of course, in the Norwegian Armed Forces, voluntarily women has taken part for many, many years, but back in 2015, it was introduced as a universal conscription in Norway. So it has always been conscription for men in the military service in Norway, but from 2015 it was made a universal conscription, meaning that both men and women at the age of 18 were called upon to do their military service. And it's a system in Norway that you have to be screened, or you have to be tested. There are lots of sessions you have to go through before you actually do your military service. But at the moment, since this was introduced, some 33% of the conscripts in Norway are women. So the background is, of course, that we need to, the principle of equal rights but equal duties, as I mentioned, but also that we need to draw on, the talents, the competence of all of our population. That is really the thinking behind it. And then when it comes to the difference in family life, well, what I know, talking also about myself, is that the family life in Norway, we really cherish our free time, and that free time we like to spend with family and our kids, but also we like to enjoy nature. I just had to say this because that is something that I really am very happy for, living in Korea, that also I feel I have a very easy access to nature, and that means a lot. I think we have that in common, that we like to hike, we like to walk, we like to spend time outdoors. And this is definitely important to the work-life balance in Norway. So of course, with a more equal situation on the workforce, and also have this same access to parental leave in Norway, we also have, I would say, more equal access to that free time that we cherish so much, being together. Thank you.
저희가 지금 시간을 사실
We are actually out of time. We were scheduled to end by 12:30. Our Q&A session has been slightly extended.
So in a gender equal society, what is the role of men? Can you give us a brief answer to that? First, Alexandria, and after that, Gareth.
Well, again, I have to speak from my family's experience. My husband has accompanied me, this is just an anecdote, but my husband has accompanied me on my diplomatic posting, and he is essentially in charge of the children. So I think what I'm trying to say from a personal note is that men in Australia have embraced the idea that children are their children as well. It's not babysitting, it's children are an equal responsibility and equally, loved. and that there's a lot that children can learn from engaging with both parents. I am very pleased that there are increasing numbers of men in the workforce that are working flexible hours. So a lot of my colleagues back in Canberra will work 3 days a week, men and women, and that is to enable their partner, whoever that may be, to also spend more time at home and to spend more time with the children. So there is I think, an acknowledgement that there's more to life than work, that life is something to be cherished, to use your words, and we need to reset how we think about engaging. That's not to say that we're not working hard when we do work, but I think there's a different way of thinking about things, and that includes men.
Thank you, Minister. What a great question to finish on. I mean, so from my perspective, I'd say the role of men, again, personal perspective. So firstly, to really understand the challenge, try to understand what it's like for women particularly, and understand some of the barriers that they have and are facing. So empathy and understanding. Then I'd say I'd challenge any kind of preconceived roles around caregiving and around bringing up a family, and being open to that challenge, that it's not preordained necessarily who does what, and being more flexible potentially to share that sense of responsibility. And again, it comes down to me to a question of values. What your values are as a society, as an organisation you work for, or as a family that you live in, and having values which basically are based in, rooted in gender equality, I think is at the heart of it.
예, 이제 끝내야 될
It's time to finish this session. Thank you for sharing your own experiences. We felt some differences, but we also realized the similarities between different countries to reach a very appropriate conclusion. There were so much more questions received from the floor. Please kindly understand that we didn't have enough time to tackle each question. We shared some experiences of different countries in session 1. Please be with us until the end. Session 2 and session 3 have useful presentations as well. So you will have a very fruitful time if you stick with us throughout session 2 and 3. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the participants on the floor. Once again, thank you for your attention. With this, I'd like to conclude session 1. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. We will now conclude session 1 of Korea Gender Equality Forum 2023. We heard about the various cases of different countries, and we heard about what efforts need to be put in order to realize gender equality. And we also had an opportunity to ask questions in real time with the presenters. I think that made the forum and the first session even more meaningful. I would like to thank Minister Hyun-Soo Kim and also the speakers for their contributions. Thank you very much. We will now have a lunch break for an hour and a half, and we will see you again at 2.
2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. The coexistence of work and care responsibilities in a society challenged by low fertility rates. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Kim Han-byo, announcer from KBS. I will be also emceeing the afternoon sessions. In session 2, we will discuss gender equality in the workplace, building a society that works together. The former Minister of Gender Equality and Family, Baek Ki-young, will be moderating session 2. Please give a big round of applause to our moderator. Session 2 will begin. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Baek Ki-young, former Minister of Gender Equality and Family. I will be moderating session 2 under the topic Gender Equality in the Workplace, Building a Society that Works Together. It gives me tremendous pleasure to be moderating session 2 at this forum. I'd like to extend my gratitude to the Minister of Gender Equality and Family, Kim Yun-suk, and the organizing committee for putting together this wonderful forum. In the morning session, we had speeches from Minister Kim Hyun-suk and presentation by Kim Young-mi, Vice Chairman of Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy, and we were briefed on current status and policy efforts of Korea to overcome this low fertility rates. And we also gained so much insight from ambassadors, 5 ambassadors and deputy head of mission in Korea. And we've also briefed on the various policies of those 5 countries. In the afternoon session, especially session 2, we will deal with or delve into the very urgent issues for gender equality. Let me briefly introduce our speakers. The first presentation will be delivered by Richard Lammers, Vice President of ASML Korea. He will be sharing with us the ASML's experience for an attractive workplace for all. And second presentation will be provided by Professor Ellen Ernst Kolsek, Distinguished Professor of Management at Purdue University. She will be sharing with us on topics like enhancing women's career equality, and she will be joining us via online. After listening to 2 presentations, we will hear comments from Yoon Ja-young, Associate Professor at Chungnam National University, and Choi Seul-gi, Professor of KDI School of Public Policy and Management. I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the panelists and speakers who have taken time out of their busy schedules. So with this, let me introduce our first speaker, Richard Lammers, Vice President of ASML Korea. He graduated from the Trent University of the Netherlands. His major was electrical engineering, and after joining ASML in 2005, he was relocated to ASML Korea. Since then, he has been living in Korea to be very active operating the Korea headquarters, in charge of the customer support as senior members of the ASML. Richard Lammers, you have the floor.
Everybody. Thank you first of all for inviting me to this Korea Gender Equality Forum. It's an honor and a pleasure to be here and to share with you what not only governments are doing, like in the morning a lot of the governments from different places shared with you what are they doing, what are their best practices. I will share with you what a company like ASML is doing for diversity and inclusion. We realize this forum is about gender equality, but in a company like ASML we like to take it a little bit further and look at the complete diversity spectrum and make sure everybody's included. As introduced, I'm Richard. I'm working for ASML. I've been in Korea since 2005, and I will share the story of ASML. First, a short introduction of ASML. I think most of you probably don't know ASML because we are a business-to-business company. We are making equipment for the semiconductor industry, and actually it's the leading edge technology that what we produce. Our main customers in Korea are Samsung and SK Hynix. If we look at our business, the company is growing very rapidly. In last year, we did a 21 billion euro revenue, which is about, I think, 30 Samship Tso, and so it's a lot of money. We continue to grow the company. And Korea is about 30% of our business. If we look at the company, we are a high-tech company, fast-growing company, and so is our workforce. If you look at the numbers, we are represented in 16 countries. We are very young. More than 60% of our employees is less than 5 years with the company. Also age-wise, we are very young. The number of females in the company is maybe a little bit low to, let's say, the general standards. We have 19% of females in the company, but we have to keep in mind we are a high-tech engineering company. So it's actually, I think it's not too bad, but we'll get back to that, what we do to increase that. We are very diverse in terms of nationalities. We have 141 different nationalities in the company, and we have a highly educated workforce, and the majority of our employees have a bachelor, master, or PhD degree. We are headquartered in the Netherlands, so we are a Dutch company, and I will get back to that in the course of this presentation, what actually this means. We also have a presence in the United States, and of course in Asia we also have a lot of presence. If you look at ASML in Korea, we are kind of a mirror of the bigger company. We are a fast-growing company. We have 2,100 employees at the moment, and 80% is less than 40 years old. So the population in the company is very, very young. We do a lot of work also with the governments, and we get a lot of recognition from the government. So I like to thank the ministries of Labor and Gender Equality and Family for recognizing this. So we have several recognitions, even recently again renewed, being family-friendly company, and also creating a lot of jobs, continuing to grow. If we look at ASML Korea, 16% of our population is female, and one of the things is you can see in the left bottom. 11% is in the customer support department, so my team, which is doing the service at our customers in the factories of the customers. And since that's the majority of the workforce, and the number is a little bit lower than the average of the worldwide company. However, if we look at the management team of ASML in Korea, we can see that 50% of our management team is female. So I think that's a very great example, and we are great role models for our company and probably for our industry. And the high-tech industry typically is dominated by men. ASML, from the culture, from the long term, and from being founded in the Netherlands, having the Dutch culture, also coming from a startup culture, we have 3 core values, which we can clearly recognize if you work in ASML. The first one is challenge. We like to have the debate. It's not one person says we have to go left, everybody goes left. We have the debate, and that's why diversity is very important, because we need to have different opinions to come to the right conclusion, to the right result. The second one is collaborate. What we do is close to impossible. So we need to have all the bright minds sitting together to work out the problems, to make the advancements in technology. The third one is care. We really believe that we are very successful because of our people. So we also want to care about our people. We want to make sure that everybody can have a career, everybody feels included, everybody feels safe in the working environment. So a very important principle for ASML. So these 3 values, what we call the 3 C's, is basically describing the culture in ASML. ASML made a diversity and inclusion statement to really write down what do we stand for, what do we want to do. And as mentioned, we recognize that our success is due to our unique and diverse teams. And we need to have a safe and inclusive environment for our colleagues and the wider community, so everybody feels valued, respected, and can fully contribute. And we believe that with this, we get the best out of the company. So diversity is not just for, we need to meet a number because we get the pressure. But we really believe that having diverse teams, which are very, very inclusive, will lead to the best technical results and to the best business results. Like many companies, we did something in the past. It was kind of bottom up, and thanks to our, I think, Dutch and startup culture, we have been quite inclusive already, looking for diversity, accepting people who are different. But since 2021, we really start to think, and we get the pressure from the shareholders, the stakeholders, the governments, and to be more specific on what do we do about diversity and inclusivity. So since then, we have been building the foundation of our roadmap. First, we start to define the high-level goals. What as a company we really want to achieve with the diversity and inclusion. We are making the roadmap, and we start to execute the roadmap, and we hope by 2025 it's fully embedded everywhere in the company. So not only bottom up in a natural way, but also in a very orchestrated way. And these are some of the targets we wrote down, where we are and what we want to achieve. And this is specifically to gender. And what we see, we have been more focusing on onboarding more females. We used to onboard like 20-21%. Last year we onboarded 24% of our new employees were females. The target in 24 is to go to 26%. And again, we have to keep in mind we are a high-tech company, so there are some limitations in the female students that come out of the technical studies in the universities, for example. Also, we are focusing on bringing more females into the higher management, senior management positions. This number is the people who newly joined senior management. So in 2021, 12% of the females entered senior management positions, but last year already 29%. And so we see that focusing is paying off is getting the results. And then, of course, this inflow will result in the end in a higher number of females in the senior management positions overall. Not only the inflow, but the total number of senior management positions. And we see that's steadily increasing as well. We went from 8% to 10%, and our target is to be at 12% by the end of next year. Then we benchmark in the industry, and we want to achieve be at the 75% of the best performing companies for diversity and inclusion related to gender. And we're making progress there. We actually are ahead of our target. And why is it also very important to think about this? The society is not standing still. There's many changes in society as in the world, but also in Korea. We discussed over lunch as well. We had COVID, and we saw that COVID changed how people are working, what people think is important. Mental health is becoming more an open topic to discuss. Remote working-life balance, and we see especially in Korea there's a big shift in how the younger generations thinks about working tirelessly, and we see it's more important to have a balance between the work and private life. Then we have differentiation and polarization, and we see ethnicity, the sexuality, not only from inside the company, but we get the pressure from everywhere that we need to focus on that. We need to do something as a company to improve there. And there's, of course, the last one is competition of talent, which in the end is impacted by all of the above. And we see there's not enough people, not enough talent in the market for what we need. And so we need to make sure the people we have, we develop, we attract the right people by having a very clear policy on diversity. In ASML, the diversity and inclusion is part of the ESG strategy and the environment, social, and governance strategy. And it's linked with our people strategy. And on the right-hand side, you see the people strategy. In ASML, we want to inspire a unified culture, provide the best possible employee experience, and enable our leadership to bring the best out of our people. And if you read this again, for us it's very important to stimulate people to grow, to make sure we care about them, care about their career, and to get the best out of them. If we zoom in on the ESG a little bit, there's two specific topics which touch the diversity and inclusion. One is we want to also be a valued partner in our communities through education development, regional community interaction, but also attractive workplace for all. We want to make sure that people are safe and well, with the diversity, the leadership, attraction and retention, purpose, culture, and values. We believe it's difficult to find the good people. So we need to make sure once we find the good people that we retain them and develop them so we get the maximum out of them. Then some of the things we do in Korea is a bottom-up initiative as well to make sure the workplace is great. We call it a great workplace to work, GPTW. It's run by our employees, and they represent all the sectors in our company. They create fun events, but also engaging programs and activities through the year. And one of them, for example, is the ASML Korea Music Festival. Actually, last week we had the event in Jamsil in the stadium. We invited several of the very K-pop stars to engage the employees, but also their families. They could bring their families and they could bring their friends. And to make sure that ASML is recognized by all the surroundings as being a great company. Also on the left bottom you see there were 250 ASML employees who joined voluntarily the Seoul Marathon. They're running a half marathon, 10 kilometer, 250 people. And we awarded some prizes for them to make them more eager to do good. So 5 of them actually will send to the Netherlands, to Eindhoven, to join the Eindhoven Marathon, which is a huge sponsored, ASML-sponsored marathon, which is in October. Also, we do other activities like the e-games, the e-sports, which obviously is more popular with the younger generation. The last point I want to make, it's not about only like inclusion, what we do for the ASML employees, but we want to do a social contribution to the society. Some of the examples are on the picture on the right-hand side. We employ several disabled people who run a coffee shop inside ASML, and you cannot see their faces through the mask, but the people are very, very happy to work at ASML and have this opportunity. And our employees are extremely proud of doing this kind of thing for society. We do some sponsoring to orphanages and the chairs Fruit of Chairs in Hwasong City. We also we sponsor and enable a Korean school in Eindhoven. Eindhoven in the Netherlands is where ASML has the headquarters. Many Koreans moved there due to working for ASML in the headquarters. So we sponsor ASML school, or Korean school as well there, because we also think bringing Korean culture to the Netherlands is important. So some of the ASML employees, children join there, but also some of the other people living in the Netherlands, they come to this school. Lastly, education is extremely important, STEM education. We are a high-tech company, so we need to have many students coming out of the high-tech schools. So we participate in many events to stimulate more people to join the technical studies, and also for females to join the technical studies, because that's one of the challenges we still have. Females are also underrepresented in technical studies. So we do lithography classes in universities. We have ASML Tech Talk, which is usually a huge success. We did just this last month. And we do science camps in elementary schools to have the children firsthand see what is technology, why would it be interesting. So these are the things we do as a company to stimulate the diversity and inclusion. With this, I'd like to conclude my brief presentation. So thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you so much. That was a presentation by Richard Lamus, Vice President of ASML Korea. We were able to learn the best practices and very impressive practices of ASML. ASML seems like the best workplace for all people. We will have discussions after all of the 2 presentations are over. So I'd like to play the video by Professor Ellen Ernst Kosek. Ellen Ernst Kosek is a distinguished professor of management at Purdue University. She got her doctoral degree from Yale University. Her major of research is the leadership development. She has been awarded for her research and work. So she is the first president of Work, Family, and Network. We will watch the video for her presentation, and she is also joining us online via Zoom, and she will be with us during the Q&A and the discussion sessions. Her presentation is about enhancing women's career equality, integrating inclusion, bias, and work-life strategies toward more flexible organizations.
At the Korean Gender Equality Forum, and today we're going to talk about enhancing women's career equality and the need to integrate inclusion, bias, and work-life strategies. And since the pandemic, we've learned a lot about flexibility. We've had flexible work practices around for a long time. But I am a professor in the United States at Purdue University, the Mitchell E. Daniels School of Business, and I was the first elected president of the Work Family Researchers Network. And I've been looking at how we can improve implementation of these policies. So gender integration has been a challenge and a positive that many societies have, including Korea, the United States, and around the globe. Yet we still are managing bias and how to ensure longevity of careers and equal careers. And work life and work family demands is one aspect of this. And now as we enter low birth rate economies, we have long-term economic concerns if people are not having families, as that will affect bankrupting social service programs for pensions and caregiving payments. As we have an aging elderly workforce, there will not be enough young workers to support care for the aging, and there will be not enough young workers to replace the labor force for economic growth. This is a serious consequence for society. So I want to just talk briefly about flexibility and interventions, and then talk about the need for strategies. Working in this area for many decades. This is when I was a doctoral student at Yale University, and even then, there were not leave policies. I had a child my 4th year of graduate school, and professors didn't have them, let alone doctoral students. And even today, we have problems if these policies are on paper for people being able to use family care policies, and the same for elder care at the end of life, or as we know from the pandemic, people have many mental health concerns for themselves or their families, and it's difficult to take time off from work. So we know that we've had challenges with gender equality for years, and in high-tech backgrounds such as STEM, even when women have same degrees, they're more likely to turn over. So we have a company today talking about semiconductor in a firm. And so once you hire people, that's a first step, but you want people to advance and affect your leadership of the organization. It's same in academia, where many of the STEM workforce comes from, getting PhDs, but working in industry or masters. And even in Silicon Valley in the United States, there's vast underrepresentation, and the pay gap is the greatest for people with high human capital investment, such as our engineers. And so this is a problem for society. So, and this is also, though, in politics. I know we have some ambassadors here today, and we know that women comprise half the population, but are less than 5% of CEOs, 19% of corporate board members. And gender is not a binary variable. Now we are seeing more gender equality. There are men that need to be involved in caregiving, many people of different identities, sexual identities, but we're talking today about women or people who identify as women. And we see in Congress in the US, and I'm sure in other countries, women are underrepresented.
Yet what's interesting is in the US, and I would believe it's happening in many societies, women are well represented at university, but it's not translating into the workforce. So the second thing we want to talk about is, well, what can we do about these policies that we have on the books, such as flex time, paid leave, teleworking, part-time work? Why aren't they working? And the problem is, in the UN, who has, I know, opened an office in Korea and has been focusing on gender equality for decades, we have not figured out how to implement flexibility policies without backlash for the people that are using it. Are they viewed as career committed? And they're meta-analyses, just like in science, we need better studies of how to implement social science interventions such as flexibility. And what's so troubling is that if policies are available on paper, that's linked to perceptions of lower work-family conflict. But when people actually use the policies and studies measure if somebody has used flex time or worked at home, that does not necessarily reduce work-family conflict. So we have to move beyond this idea that we, as leaders, say we care about flexibility on paper, but we haven't figured out how to change culture and work structures on how to link flexibility to the business. I recently wrote an article on implementing flexibility, the future of flexibility, for the Harvard Business Review, and it was picked as a top 10 article of the year. It is in a book called HBR's 10 Must-Reads for 2023. And leaders oversimplify the challenge of making flexibility, which supports gender equality, core to an organization's strategy. They haven't looked at how work processes can be more flexible. So we have things on paper, but now that the pandemic is getting over, we have back to the office. I know I've been interviewed by Vietnamese and other newspapers that Korea has one of the longest work hours in the world. And so just because we have policies on paper, people are afraid to use them. You don't automatically have work-life balance. Well, how did we get here? When we first started having flexible arrangements as women began to enter the workforce in large numbers, in the US it was at many different times over history, but most recently with the civil rights movement in the 60s and 70s and 80s, it was viewed as an accommodation. If someone was talented, companies would say, we will let you have flexibility, but and we want to keep you, but you're not going to rise to leadership. There's some career stigma to working in different ways. Then, as we saw during the pandemic, companies learned that you could work at home. We had what's called boundaryless work, and people now were willing to work long hours as a way to keep their families together and be viewed as good employees. And that's still happening today, that people will work 24/7 or odd hours as a way to retain flexibility so they can be at home and care for family or not be at work all the time. But that's not very healthy. You're not sleeping well. You're not able to disconnect from work. I've studied work-life boundaries. And this hybrid and flexible arrangements that we're moving to the future, my fear is that flexibility if there's a worker mismatch. So we need to come up with core hours for people's availability, but then let people be off work. So overall, we don't want to be too loose on flexibility, saying, people can come and go as they please. We certainly need to not have process losses of teamwork, being together and getting work done. But we do need employees to have some flexibility to be able to go to the doctor, to be able to pick up children from school, to be able to exercise. And the companies that figure this out will have, and the societies and governments and nations will have flexibility as a core human capital strategy to advance competitiveness. But we don't really still see work-life as being valued, and so we want neither stigma for using it or cowboy cultures or cowgirl cultures where people can do whatever they want. I have done recent reviews on flexibility policies and the different types of control. And I think it's important if you're a company trying to implement these to look at the mixed consequences of use. So this is from an article that just came out in the Journal of Management. My colleagues were Matthew Perugino at City University of New York and Brenda Lauch at Simon Fraser University in Canada. And I won't go through the whole chart, but you can read the article if you're interested. But the overview is that when flexibility is done right, people have control over where they work for the work role. They can control how much they work for workload. They can have some influence on scheduling at either end of the day if they need to go to the doctor, go, just take care of themselves, if they need to exercise regularly or whatever makes them a whole person. If they can shut off work, permeability has not often been thought of as a flexibility program, but I believe it is because we are connected 24/7 from our smartphones. And so we do need times to disconnect from work for health or be able to take a call at work if someone or family member needs to contact us. And then we are not very good at taking time off from work, which would be controlling the continuity of work. And bundling is something that's been under leveraged to use policies together. So for example, when you work from home part of the day or one day a week, you also have not only work location control, but you might have more schedule control because you've shortened your commute and you're able to combine some family tasks. So different control over the work role. And what flexibility is not is forced homeworking. This is a picture from a study I just did of engineers and faculty in the U.S. And so we need to make sure when people are home that if they are a separator and need to separate from work, or if they're an integrator, or if there's someone that has different peaks and valleys of the day, when they're very busy focused on family or very busy focused on work, those are cyclers that they're able to follow that style because it fits their values. So the fourth theme, as we think about flexibility as control over different styles to fit your needs and identities, is we need to look at how its use affects different workers and how it's a rising form of inequality. We saw, for example, that essential workers such as nurses and people, groceries, policemen, could not telework. And so we need to have some form of flexibility for manufacturing and frontline workers and people doing care and healthcare. And we also need to look at, for women in particular who are in many of these jobs are overrepresented, that it's a basic right and that it helps them with career well-being and equality. So I worked with Isa Villamor, who was a doctoral student in the United States, and now she's working in Spain at ESA, and Sharon Hill at George Washington University. And we looked at virtuality at work and how it's a double-edged sword for women. And we need to really think about in companies not just focusing on only the positives and only the negatives of flexibility, but if we are going to lead to positive implementation, we have to look at how to make flexibility give these positives of job access in the case of telework, for example, reduction of turnover we know happens when people have flexible arrangements that fit their needs, but we also need to make sure that it enables a good work-life balance and combining family or personal needs with work. But then we need to countervail what we know some of the downsides of flexibility if women are only the heaviest users. So you can have good person environment fit, but you may then end up trying to multitask and do your family role while you're doing your job, which will lead to more stress. We know that sometimes you might be viewed as less career promotable and get less pay if you're using flexibility for family needs. We know companies like it when you use flexibility to do what's called as overwork, working all the time. So we need interventions to change the corporate culture. And the first is to give boundary control, which is something that I've studied where people can feel in control of the boundaries as they manage work and personal life. And I do have a book I wrote a long time ago for Wharton School Publishing on CEO of Me with different boundary management styles, creating a life that works in the flexible job age. I believe it was translated into kanji. And what we found in that book is that it's not so, in our study, it's not so much that you're integrating or separating work and family roles if you're looking at your smartphone for well-being, but what matters is if you're aligning roles that fit your identity and needs and you're in control. So I identify different styles of people, and I think that these different styles of integrators, separators, work firsters, that people focus on work and always let it interrupt personal life, or family firsters, focus more on the family role but not so much on the work role, that at any work team we have these different roles and styles. And I think as you're implementing telework, more flexibility, it is good for teams to look at these different styles and figure out how to align these informal preferences with the formal flexibility. So I've been doing training in that area for work teams, and that would be one intervention to match flexible work arrangements and styles. A second area I've been doing interventions and training with a colleague in Oregon is we've been come up with leader behaviors to train leaders on how to implement and support work life and flexibility, family supportive supervisor behaviors. We find there's a 50% gap between how much leaders think they're supportive and workers. 100% of leaders will rate themselves as being very supportive of work-life balance, but only half of their subordinates feel that way. So we do training for leaders in about a 45-minute training exercise online or in workshops, and then have managers set goals for 4 types of behaviors. One is emotional support. We found that leaders aren't even saying hello in the morning to workers, and how are employees going to tell you that they have a need for flexibility if you're not even talking with your leader. Instrumental support and helping people use the policies that you have. Role modeling is when leaders themselves are open about their own work life and flexibility needs. If you work for a workaholic, you will not feel comfortable using policies that are there. And something called creative work-life management, which is coming up with win-win solutions. Companies tend to think of work-life as something that gets in the way of productivity, but we've come up with ways for organizations to do cross-training or looking at how to be more flexible in a way that doesn't burn out people, but helps the company retain people and meet business goals and well-being goals at the same time. So in this slide, I define each of these behaviors and that companies can do: increasing face-to-face contact, showing general concern, for emotional support, helping people with schedule needs. Work schedules, I think, are something that we really need to look at and manage well. In 4-10 work weeks, and some of the solutions can be helpful, but that sometimes that can also burn out people on those long days. And then the role modeling, showing people that you're caring for yourself, and then being more knowledgeable and helping about flexibility as a group or cultural availability and how we work rather than a one-off deal. It needs to be more of a team intervention where people see it as part of their job and backing each other up. The next theme I wanted to talk about is this idea of flexibility in work-life programs being a nested phenomenon. Now, this looks like a very technical chart. It came out of the Work Family Health Network, but basically we focus just on the employee a lot in our work-life policies, and we need to focus more on the supervisor and work group level that creates the culture of flexibility. We need to look at different work sites and work units. What's the culture in our function? Because that sets messages cascading down to the workers and the managers about what really counts. And since this is a government presentation, the communities could do things to add more childcare, help with transportation, help with commuting strains, to help make it easier for work cultures to support the employee. And then if you look at the family at the bottom, we know that we have more mental health challenges with children. We know that people are not having children, even though you have policies for families. We need to have these cultural changes and intervene, not just at the employee level, but at the work group or the organization or family levels, and look at these nested dynamics if we are going to foster diversity and inclusion. So the last themes I'm going to go through fairly quickly on work life and gender and inclusion. But what's interesting is we're giving more attention than ever to flexibility and gender, but we really have uneven take-up, and a lot of changing organizations and societies for gender equality involves gender egalitarianism, for men to have equal take-up, and also providing added supports to change the narratives on why we should support work life and why we should do more interventions to help people. So one of the things that I think is helpful as you have your diversity and inclusion initiatives, work family initiatives are not very well integrated into our DEI initiatives, and we need to integrate this issue of not marginalizing people with family and work life needs, with career stages that we're trying to advance people over the life course. And we need to look at career equality as a gender support to remove bias, work-life support, and also supporting the values and needs of women and men who also are becoming more gender equal in their values. I do think the next generation is more interested in gender equality, that regardless of your work-life needs, you have equal access to career opportunities. Do you experience equal work and non-work outcomes on and off the job in terms of men and women, or wherever you are in the gender continuum, that you feel good about your job equally to others that have other identities, that you feel life and family satisfaction is a possibility. Basic things like home ownership and be able to have time to enjoy life. Your likelihood of experiencing bias may be more if you're a woman. You're more likely to get lower pay, have less pension when you retire because you've taken time out for family, have less access to stock equity. And then at the identity group level, who feels marginalized more in a society, and how do we move beyond patriarchal culture to have more gender egalitarian for individuals and groups. So in another paper that I wrote in Journal of Management, we looked at the idea that companies and organizations and societies tend to focus on gender bias or work family or career preferences separately, but not together. And so is it women are they opting out or are they pushed out? So if you look at this idea of career preferences, the idea that women for PE fit, person environment fit, need to feel more collaborative, supportive cultures, that will entice them to want to have a lifelong career and feel good about their careers. Gender bias and discrimination. We need to ensure that there's positive experiences. And then work, family, and enrichment would be part of this experience that we need to integrate all of these together. So I'm going to skip forward to the idea that we need to integrate different ways of supporting people. So one is for career, person, environment fit. We know that many workers today, especially women, are what are called dual-centric, where they're high on valuing family and they're high on valuing work. And yet we've designed organizations where we don't support dual centricity. We assume that if you're highly work-centric, that you will not take time out for your family. And we really need to shift notions of what is an ideal worker and an ideal professional, and have a way to have work support other important societal identities, mother, daughter, and show this. And we've seen the consequences of a low birth rate of economy of not valuing this. Integrating this support, we do need to make sure there's not gender discrimination from using career policies that support family. Many of your companies have them on paper, but they're underutilized. Work should not be viewed as this masculinity contest. It needs to be supporting different ways of working and being able to be whole people. I know that sounds idealistic, but we need to make it an equal playing field, like the picture here of the person going up the steps. And then for work life, we don't have enough childcare. It's very costly. Many women are spending in families over half their paycheck on childcare and elder care as well, and people are exhausted. So, many people are forced to have children either early in their career or just one, but there's not enough societal supports to make this a valued role. And sometimes policies that are gender neutral backfire. So treating everyone the same sometimes has unintended consequences. A case in point was a study of U.S. economics professors. And what they found is when they mandated that before someone got tenure, regardless of whether they were a man or a woman, they automatically got an extension on their tenure clock if they were having a baby. It actually decreased women's chances of getting tenure. Why? Because men have different family structures often than women who have a baby. They're more likely to have a stay-at-home wife or someone whose career is secondary, where women are more likely to be single mothers or in dual career families. Women are more likely to be nursing and doing more of the child care while trying to do their job and write. And women medically have gone through maternity and have health challenges. So sometimes treating everyone the same without supporting this can have unintended consequences. So a way to improve this policy is to have men assert that they are going to be involved in care at least half of the time, like they do in Sweden and many other countries for gender equality. And we know that there are wage gaps if women are taking off more time. Women suffer a child wage gap of 5% per child, and many people leave professions that are unfriendly. Lawsuits have spiked over decades, and I do think elder care is the next frontier. So I encourage you to think about ways to measure equality, equal job access to different careers, such as STEM, that are a way to advance, such as equal job participation, starting with children, not just teaching them technically about STEM, but helping women see career ambition as a lifelong career that's positive. And when women do take on different roles that aren't in roles, sometimes they're viewed less positively, less liked. And we need to look at what's called vertical and horizontal representation in organizations. So we need women represented at the top, all the way through, and horizontally, not just in certain functions. So as much as I love human resources and administration, if women aren't also represented in the sciences or other functions, such as finance and other areas, they are not going to rise to the top in companies. So, and we know that in organizations where women are underrepresented, they are less likely below to have worse outcomes and not be viewed as ideal. So there are many things we can measure at the individual and stage, and I'd like us to look at non-work well-being outcomes as much as work outcomes in measuring your health of your economy. And at organizations, here are some of these ways to operationalize these ideas of horizontal occupational representation across organization functions and vertically up the organization, and changing our narratives about overwork and who fits these ideal workers. And lastly, we do need to look at work-life support as a way to support gender inclusion. So I've operationalized ideas over the climate for gender inclusion at fairness of work practices, and that individuals feel that from flexibility to other pay and promotion practices, they are fair because they are linked together. If we just focus on work-family practices without looking at basic work practices, you're not going to have the change that you hope these family policies have. We need to be able to make workplaces a place where people are person environment fit, that they feel their knowledge and skills are valued. And we need to have these networks and support where people do feel they belong and have psychological safety to focus on these needs. So we need to have interventions that address both work, family, bias, and values at the same time, role modeling people that have balanced lives, men and women, and ensuring men have equal take-up for parental and elder care leave. So it is a form, work-life inclusion, of diversity inclusion. People should not feel they have to sacrifice personal life in order to succeed. People need to have supports to be able to thrive and combine work and non-work roles. Certainly leaders need to support this always on workplace as a way to combat it, for allowing people to disconnect when they are not at work, but be able to have some personal needs dealt with when they are at work. And this is a tricky line to balance. So in summary, we need to ensure basic access for all workers to work-life supports. It's a basic right. Many societies are passing legislation, such as in Australia, in the UK and Canada, the right to request a flexible schedule. We need to mainstream flexibility to all jobs, not just privileged workers that have market power. We need to help organizations implement these policies fairly. We need to look at unique needs of workers, intersectionality, so women from different backgrounds, such as single mothers, might have unique needs compared to others, or women that are recent immigrants. This is where gender intersects with other forms of identity. This is not just an individual worker issue. It's not just an individual supervisor issue. It is an organization issue. It is a societal issue. We need to make this sustainable and care about work, family, and well-being as part of our business process and a healthy society. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you so much. That was a presentation by Professor Kosak. She talked about gender equality and work-life or work-family balance. These two can be mentioned as just a slogan or name of initiatives, but implementing them can be much more challenging. But she shared with us how to implement those initiatives in real life. And she also gave us a very succinct and clear summary to tell us that this is not just an issue of individuals, employees, or supervisors. It should be dealt with by society as a whole. Now, let me introduce our two panelists before starting discussion. First panelist is Yoon Ja-young, Associate Professor of Chungnam National University. She received her doctorate degree of economics in Massachusetts University of the U.S., and she is right now she used to work on the minimum wage committee for labor relations, and she's working at different academic institutes to shed light on gender issues, including work-life balance and the caring labor provided by women. The second panelist is Choi Soo-gi, professor of KDI School of Public Policy and Management. She got her doctorate degree of sociology at North Carolina University of the U.S., and she is right now professor of KDI School. She's the leader of the demographic policy Policy Institute, and she has published many research papers on this topic. We will first hear from Associate Professor Yoon Jae-young, followed by Professor Choi Seul-gi.
Hello, everyone. I am Jae-young Yoon, professor from Chungnam National University. I have prepared my panel remarks, but I don't have a presentation material. I heard the two very interesting presentations. Professor talked about work and life. It was a very broad topic, and it was very interesting to hear. In order to realize career equality, she talked about the interventions that are required. And the concept of gender career equality, that concept was slightly unfamiliar to me, and that was introduced.
And she also talked about the equality in outcome, both intrinsic and extrinsic outcomes, and we have to pursue, measure, and evaluate this equality based on multiple identities of individuals, including gender. If we look at statistics of various countries, women are still underrepresented, and this career equality between two different sexes are not being improved significantly across the world. Women are more likely to take on dual burdens of work and care, and she sometimes is relegated into underproductive or less productive population. So she does not fit into this ideal worker model, and as a result, both voluntarily or involuntarily, she is forced or walks out of the workplaces. She gave us the proposition that we need to have a whole new different evaluation to better reflect the women's roles in our society, and to make this possible, we have to reflect this paradigm shift into our perspectives. The work-life balance that just targets mainly a female population only. We do not talk about work-life balance for the male population, but to achieve work-life balance in its true form, we need to give both equal work environment for both genders, so that they can have access to various types of life or various work sectors of life. Even though we have extended the scope of beneficiary for our welfare programs and childcare programs, the primary responsibility is still borne by women, and this has led to severe conflicts in the workplaces, and sometimes employers are reluctant to employ women compared to men. And only the work-life balance policies are implemented in the big businesses, and the smaller scale businesses or workplaces are less interested in implementing work-life balance policies. However, giving flexibility is really important to achieve work-life balance. Professor Kosek mentioned interesting points about this flexibility in work-life balance programs. In Korea, we are also witnessing an increased implementation of such flexibility programs, but they are not producing any actual improvement in real life. We have longer work hours, and we do not give enough or sufficient options to our workers when it comes to time and places to work. As Professor mentioned, flexibility in our workplaces is not translated into actual changes in daily life of our workers. To achieve the true work-life balance, we need to have more flexibility in our work-life balance programs. And to make this possible, there should be responsibility, compromise, and trust between two different genders. The COVID pandemic period gave opportunities for businesses to test such flexibility in their work programs. They provided telecommuting and they provided more options to workers so that they can choose their work hours and places. That was a very unexpected surprise, but let me continue. Flexibility can be double-edged sword to women. I agree with that statement. Usually, women were employed for part-time works to have more flexibility in work. So women had to exchange their career to have more flexibility in their work. Going forward, giving more flexibility will have huge impact in work-life balance in our businesses, giving more control and enhancing productivity and giving options to workers to get disconnected from their workplaces. These will be very important issues in the future. I had an opportunity to have interviews with employees, and most of them wanted to have more progressive and open-minded supervisors so that they can have frank communications.
Looking at the ASML case, we see that the mindset and commitment of the leadership in a company is extremely important. ASML Korea is pursuing inclusion and diversity across the company, and they are showing high will toward this. They have a very close network of their employees, and I see that their organization and corporate culture enables horizontal and vertical discussions to take place. Professor Kosek, as she stressed, if there are pain points in work and life, it should be discussed, and we should find ways to have flexibility. And ASML, I believe, is a exemplary company that enables such communication. As I end my discussion, I want to ask questions to our two presenters. If we have time, I would like to hear the answers from the two speakers.
So Cossack mentioned many points during her presentation. Our schools and our businesses, she had ample experience of working with Korean businesses and academic institute. So based on your experience of working with Korean stakeholders, where do you think Korea needs to make a breakthrough to enhance gender equality in workplaces? That is my question.
Next question to the Vice President. Foreign companies working in Korea, I believe, are more advanced compared to Korean companies in inclusivity and diversity. What do you think leads to this difference? And as one working in a foreign company located in Korea, what are the core values and corporate organization and implementation strategies that are required by Korean companies in order to enhance diversity and inclusivity? So while you were speaking with those in Korean companies, what were some areas you felt that could lead to improvements? If there were any thoughts that you had during your interactions with Korean companies, I believe that will be very helpful for us. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Seul-gi Choi. We will be next hearing from Professor Seul-gi Choi, and then we will be entertaining questions from the floor. Professor Choi? Hello, everyone. As was introduced, I am Seul-gi Choi. A couple of days ago, I heard that there was the Korean music festival, and person that I know posted a SNS of that event. So it was a company event, yet it felt like it was a massive event with many K-pop stars, and so I actually knew about that even before I came here today. VP Ramis and Professor Kosek, through your presentations, there were some key points that really resonated with me. First of all, for VP ASML, it's diversity and inclusion. In our society, the value of inclusion and diversity was stressed by the Vice President. Korean society, as we encountered demographic changes, we see an aging society, and there will be contraction in our population. And in that process, for Korea to remain vibrant and dynamic, and for it to continue to grow, I think for this to happen, we really need to uphold the values of inclusion and diversity. That was a thought that I had even before. And while listening to your presentation, I felt that these values of inclusion and diversity is actually an important value in terms of our society and our issues. Will the making a workplace a better place to work, will that just lead to changes to that company? I think that that will be a source of continued innovation too, and that will lead to competitiveness of the company. So I believe that it is a value that can be pursued side by side with business interest as well. Diverse lives and embracing and celebrating such diversity can begin with a flexible workplace. And that is also related to work-life and work-family balance, and helping in improving the fertility rate. And I think that was a case in point regarding Professor Kozik's presentation.
It was in the middle part of our presentation. Family-friendly policy is not friendly at all in practice. Well, that sentence really resonated and really sit well with me. There are many family-friendly policies introduced in Korea as well, but they are not creating real impact in our employees' daily life. When we talk about low fertility rate improvement policies, and sometimes there was a criticism that those policies were not so effective, but these programs and policies did not count for much part in our budgets. And sometimes the reason why we are not overcoming these issues is because these programs were not so effective and they were not friendly at all. That is because that we have oversimplified this challenge, and I think that was also echoed by Vice President Lammers from ASML. We try to make flexible programs, but just creating flexible programs would not automatically solve this challenge, these very complex challenges. Depending on the job task, job type, and industry type, and even within one individual's work type, there can be various factors that can affect flexibility, and while factors that should be considered if we really want to create an impact out of the flexible programs. We need to make such very delicate policies and programs to deal with this gender equality issue. In terms of gender equality, Korea society has improved a lot and we have different policies, but despite that, there's still gender inequality in Korea. We've introduced the so-called family-friendly policies and programs, but they are not creating a real impact. So true flexibility should be introduced, and I really agree to that. But this can be some repetition of the same words. She delivered so many messages, so many important takeaway messages, and we need to consider all of these messages when we try to improve our policies. She also mentioned this concept of boundary control. Yes, controlling the boundary is really important. In the past, we had such a clear separation between men's job and women's job. During those days, there was no problem in controlling the boundary, but society has changed. We are living in different times, and many people are experiencing blurred boundaries in their work and in their personal life. Therefore, boundary control is really important. Permeability. And sometimes the boundaries are blurred, so we had to do work in our homes and we had to take care of family affairs in our workplaces. And I think there are more cases of doing work at our homes. So after leaving our workplaces, and even in holidays or weekends, we had to receive the katalog or social media messages, instant messages to take care of our work. So we are always on call and have to take care of emergencies, so-called emergencies in our workplaces. And this is creating another exhaustion to many workers. Of course, there are people who excel and they are hugely rewarded in workplaces, but those who cannot do that, they are at disadvantage and they are edged out to part-time jobs. This is another form of penalty for those who cannot just afford this blurred boundary between work and home. This is another factor that maintains and even increases the gender gap in our society. Therefore, flexibility, permeability. How should we define the concept of flexibility and permeability, and has to take those definitions into our policy development process so that we can make our family-friendly programs truly family-friendly. The managers and supervisors, they have to be truly family friendly. I also agree to that, and we have to make enabling a corporate environment where supervisors and managers can be really or can afford to be family friendly. And how to create such an enabling environment is another challenge for our society to take up. Well, thank you so much. Both presentations were so insightful to me. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Che. Regarding the two discussions, we will now hear from the two presenters. Any answers or comments that you would like to make? First, let us hear from Vice President Lamas.
I think one of the questions was to if we compare a foreign company with a Korean company, and what advice can we give to a Korean company to make progress on the gender diversity? I think first of all, I must recognize, having lived and worked in Korea for quite some time, that my counterparts, that my customers are, I think, 99% male. Not very often I am in a customer meeting where I interface with a female. So there is still a lot of progress to be made by Korean companies. And it's not easy to say you have to do 1, 2, 3 and then you're there, right? The culture of a company is extremely important, and I think still many of the Korean companies are quite traditional in how they operate. Many of them are still very top-down, very hierarchical. And as I explained, one of the reasons why in ASML I think we're quite successful on the diversity and inclusion is that we have a more open culture. And we can have the debate, we can have the challenge, and we care for each other. So working on the culture is very important. But it helps. Culture you don't change in a day. It takes many years, and even then you have to see how far you get. So also having the key performance indications, so basically the ambition of the top management defined and translated into key performance indications is very essential. If you don't put a target, by luck you will achieve maybe something or not. If you put a target, everybody in the company has to think, how can I achieve the target, what I have to do, and you review some of your processes, some of the things you do to make the progress. Also very important, I think that's the third point, is having role models in the company. So having females in the company who are successful, some of them maybe having successful family, having children, yet being able to continue their career after and their maternity leave. So the role models are also very important. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much. Then we will go on to Professor Kosek.
So you are up in the middle of night and for this forum, please say hello to the audience and please answer to the questions asked by our panelists.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. I am talking to you from the Midwest in the United States. I'm sorry my presentation was kind of long as I listened to it, but I want to say that Vice President Lammers' ASML looks like an excellent company. I'm very impressed by the idea of a 50% leadership team. And that is excellent because that does cascade change below. And in regards to some of the questions, I do think culture change is where you have to start, and that's hard, but I think you're on the good way with having some exemplar companies like ASML, and I think countries are competing for talent globally. So now people will want to work for Korean companies if they can view that life as a good working conditions. And improving gender equality is not as much as changing things, how women work, but it's really changing how men and women work together. And I do think that the next generation, when given the chance, will want to work in more balanced ways, but still have productivity. So it's being fully on at work when you're there and being able to have time for recovery. And I have, in fact, given talk a long time ago in the Netherlands for the Dutch government as well. And the Dutch have the highest part-time work rate for many women, or one of the highest in the world. And women are very happy in the Netherlands. And the problem in the Netherlands is that they want more women to work full-time. So I would love to hear Mr. Lammers talk about what he has seen across cultures. And I appreciated each professor's interesting comments. And what would be one practical step I would like to hear from the Korean participants of what you would like to see to begin in Korea? Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Well, thank you so much. Now we had inputs from our two speakers that just shed light on the path that Korea should consider for the future. Now we will take up some of the questions asked by our audience.
I will ask the questions that we have received from the participants. First, for VP Richard Lamas. I think this is a question from a student. ASML Korea management, it was very impressive that 50% are women. Looking at the employees, however, it's just 16% females. How can could the leadership or management be 50%? Is there a special program in order to nurture female talent into management?
I think it's a very good question. If you go back to my presentation, I had a graph where we showed let's say the diversity journey from ASML, and on the left hand side, it's basically what we had the bottom up based on culture and what we were doing. And I believe the fact that we have 50% of the management team in ASML Korea being female is more because of mindset and openness than of a specific program that we have been running in the last few years. And because it's a very simple calculation. If you have only 16% of the employees being female, the chance of having 50% ending up in management team is not very high. That's why we started to put programs in place. We started to put targets in place to increase the female ratio in management, and also increase the female ratio in senior management. And so, again, I think it's the result of open mind, bottom-up type of culture, rather than a program, and that's why we start to put the programs in place. Thank you.
예, 감사합니다.
Thank you very much.
Now, a question for Professor Kosek. For senior positions in businesses for women are increasing. So there are more females in senior positions of businesses. And how can we create a win-win situation for businesses when they increase female senior positions?
There has been success in advancing women, but to succeed, most of the women that are in senior positions are in some ways acting like ideal workers of successful men. They've either had their children earlier in the career, are not married, or only had one child, or have stay at home or part-time or dual career support from their spouse. So I think the success will be when we can move beyond counting the numbers of senior women and just looking at talent regardless of gender, and we're not there yet, but certainly ASML having 50% representation is a good start and a model. People will move beyond gender in that kind of leadership environment.
네, 이거는
This question, I think, is for both of you. A work-life balance, for us to have that, it will require additional costs for companies. This might be considered an investment, but in the short term, it will be a cost burden. What type of support or help can the government provide to companies? And we are now entering into an AI era, which will lead to a lot of change in our workplaces. So can you talk about gender equality in an AI era, if you have any comments on that?
I'm not sure. First, going back to the part of the work-life balance of the question, I think there is a misperception that if you work longer hours, that you're more productive. I think, being Dutch, coming from the Netherlands, work-life balance has been very important for a long time in the Netherlands. And I think there's been many studies, but probably Professor can comment on that better, that actually the productivity increases if you have a good work-life balance, if you enjoy vacation every now and then. So I think having a balanced work-life, and for people it can be different. It's not, you cannot express it in number of hours or this, but have a good work-life balance is very important. And the question on AI, to be honest, I am not sure that how AI will help for the gender equality. Maybe it's not my expertise. Thank you.
감사합니다. Ellen?
Thank you so much, Alan.
Well, I'd like to address the cost question, and I think we have to look at childcare and support for occupational health as infrastructure, and we cannot afford to not invest in this because we're seeing the cost of rising mental health challenges, we're seeing burnout, there are not going to be enough doctors in some of our, the challenging jobs that are face-to-face. We're seeing doctors now being recruited across borders. The same will happen with workers in manufacturing. I suspect if we don't figure out a way to support this. I did do a study for the Inspector General of the U.S. Postal Service. That is a frontline job, just like in a manufacturing plant. There are innovations the government can support or companies can support, such as having enough trained workers, which will be one of the challenges that a semiconductor firm would have. They need highly trained workers that can replace each other. But even in manufacturing, if you could support staffing levels where people can step in, support time of off from work, there's been talk in some countries, I'm not advocating it, of the 410 work week. I think there's long hours are a challenge, but the government could fund training for model programs. The government could have consultants to help companies implement policies. It could give awards and recognition like they're doing today to make this something that is valued in society. For AI, I don't have the questions yet on it, but I do think it is something that we at least want to look at in terms of the idea that AI often uses data from the past to come up with the content that's given, and I would hope that we can have ways to ensure that these new innovations on how to promote gender equality will be input in. But bottom line is, if we don't increase support for childcare, elder care is infrastructure, and helping people want to work longer, we will not have enough workers. So I don't see how companies can't not support this, and this is a critical government investment.
예, 감사합니다. 혹시 두 분 토론 선생님
Thank you very much. Do the discussants have any comments to make? Yes, we are out of time, so we will have to close the second session here. Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, as you know, works on various policies for gender equality and work-family harmony. And ASML was evaluated as a outstanding company in this area, and that's why the Vice President was invited. We heard from the professor that this is not an individual problem, a personal problem. It is a community issue, and government policies are also important too and are required. I believe that all of these comments greatly contribute to our theme today. And now we would like to conclude session 2 on gender equality in the workplace. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We have now concluded session 2, Gender Equality in the Workplace, Building a Society that Works Together. I would like to thank former Minister Hee Young-paek and the presenters for their contributions.
Well, the topic of session 2, gender equality in the workplace, building a society that works together, and we had an in-depth discussion in session 2. Now we only have one session left, but before going on to session 3, we'd like to have 15-minute break time, and we will resume at 3:45 for session 3. Session 3 has this topic of United in Care. It is about a care service across society, and I will see you in the 15 minutes.
So we are carrying on with the 2023 KGEF. Session 3 will be on United in Care, eradicating concerns through social support. We heard a lot of great presentations and comments made in the second session. I'm sure that this third session will be likewise informative. I also gained a lot and realized a lot during my paternity leave. And I hope that more people can join in with me in feeling these experiences through parental leave and child care. I think that the third session will give us some insights in this area. I will also personally be listening very carefully throughout this session. I would now like to turn over the mic to our moderator.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Lee In-sil, moderator for Session 3. I am president of the Korean Peninsula Population Institute for Future. Last year, I was a keynote speaker for KGEF 2022. This year, we have this topic of coexistence of work and care responsibilities. Now, work session is over, and we will talk about care this time for session 3. I think it has been a long day, but since this is the last session or last session with presentations, please bear with us until the end and give your full attention. In session 3, we will talk about United in Care. Let me first introduce our speakers. The first presentation will be delivered by Kim In-kyung, Senior Director, Department of Public Finance and Social Policy of KDI. Dr. Kim In-kyung received doctoral degree at Texas Austin University and in child care, early education, family policies are the areas of her expertise. And right now, she is also working as advisor to Low Fertility Rate Aging Society Committee for President. The first session is about child education and care, and second presentation is about elderly care, the role of women in elderly care. Under this topic, Professor Jeon Young-ho from Incheon National University will give us a presentation. He received his doctoral degree from York University, and he is the communication specialist in the various government institutes, and right now, he is working as advisor who is working on the long-term care service improvement committee under the government. And I am also joined by two panelists. The first panelist is Choi Yoon-kyung, head director of the Office of Planning Coordination. She studied child family studies in Missouri University of the U.S. Child care service are her areas of expertise, and the child care price index, a standard development model, and more recently, she studied this integrated model for child care and the child care restructuring for post-COVID era are the two research topics. And on her next, we have Seo Dong-min, Associate Professor of Baekseok University from the Health Graduate School of Health of Seoul National University. He studied this topic, elderly care, elderly welfare, long-term care are his areas of expertise. And up until now, he has been giving lectures on the social security policies, and he is doing multiple research projects on elderly care and long-term care. We'd like to first start with the presentation by Senior Director Kim In-kyung.
Hello everyone, I am In Kyung Kim from KDI. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak at this very important 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. I understand that gender equality enhancement is an effective way to improve on our low fertility rate. And we need to have a care service for our children, for women to continue to pursue their careers. And this will also lead to gender equality and to overcome the low fertility rate. So I would like to discuss with you childhood education and care. So my presentation will be in the following order: South Korea's low fertility rate, trends and underlying factors. Then I'm going to be talking about childhood education and care by age group. And then I'm going to be talking about strategies to improve CEC. In 2005, we established the Framework Act on Low Birth Rate in an Aging Society. At the time, our fertility rate was much higher than what it is now, and we see that it went up and down, and then from 2015 onward, it is on a steep decline. In 2022, the number of annual childbirth is 250,000, and it is less than 0.8. OECD average is 1.6, so it is less than half. The reason for Korea's low fertility rate can be due to various factors, such as high housing costs, weak confidence in public education, and intense competition and inadequate support for childbirth, and also doubts about parenting aptitude. OECD country citizens carried out a survey on whether they had friends or relatives that could extend a helping hand in difficulties. Out of the 37 countries surveyed, Korea was ranked as 36, and there is a low satisfaction rate about raising children when women are at a crossroad of having to choose between their career pursuit and raising children. So I'm going to talk about this last part. So this is the categorization by age group of CEC programs. You can send your children when they're in their infancies, daycare centers, and then kindergarten. During elementary school, you can use the after-school care classes, and you can use this service even when they are in the kindergarten. When they go on to elementary school, there's the elementary after-school care classes and community child care center and after-school academy for youths. So by type, I wanted to talk about the current status and ways to increase the quality. For daycare center and kindergarten, there's a lot of differences. We are in the process of integrating daycare centers and kindergarten, but there's a difference in the age bracket. Also, we see a difference in the relevant ministry. It's going to be integrated to the supervision of a Ministry of Education in the future. There's also differences in the teacher's expertise, institutional operational transparency, parents' trust in the institution's quality, and operational autonomy. So we are in the process of integrating daycare center and kindergarten in order to have the same level of care for this age bracket. Children, when they select the institutions that they will be attending, it is based on the decisions of their parents, and due to the distance from their homes and their workplaces, they are restricted in the choices that they can make. Also, even if the institutions are transparent in their operation, parents are not professionals in this area compared to the teachers. So there is limited information that they can rely on, which is why it is extremely important for the government to provide information. If there is more transparency in the operation and also information provided, then the trust level will increase, and this will have an impact on the operation. So this will lead to a virtuous cycle. So going on to the items, we can think about the teacher's expertise for qualification and teacher training. We need to work with various professionals, and they should work on enhancing teachers' skills. We need to think about the qualifications. Next, the qualifications and assignment of teachers should be restructured to ensure consistent quality in early childhood education and childcare throughout the institution's service hours. Compensation and operation is related to the cooperation that is required by the teachers. This is slightly different from the qualifications of teachers. This is related more to the hygiene, and this is an area that needs to be supervised by external organizations, and we need to enhance overall qualifications, and we can hold surveys and disclose this information by providing more information. The parents, if they can get professional suggestions and advice from the teachers, then the teachers can be role models. In the case of Finland, by individual children, they have different development plans. If we can reduce the teacher to children ratio, the parents and the teachers can together create a plan for the development of children. For the autonomy of the institution, there should be cooperation among teachers and external teachers. Next, on the childcare services. The childcare services include daycare centers, and this aims to bridge the gap in facility-based care by providing temporary and emergency hourly care services. And from 2010, there is the preference for infants aged 3 to 36 months, and a full daycare childcare service can be provided at their residence. We heard the announcement of steps to enhance the childcare services. I understand that the childcare service in terms of quantity will be increased and the quality will be increased. There will be more public services provided, and there will be a registration system. There will be a development of a private-public care integration training. So the parents can be relieved from the burden of child care. In the case of child care service, through the implementation of EC-EC integration, the quality of child education and care in daycare centers and kindergartens should be elevated, ensuring its discernibility by the parents. In training the teachers, we need to have a training of 3 years, which is hardly being argued. And even if you are qualified and get the qualifications, it's very broad from 0 to 12 years old. In the case of child care service, we should carry out more services in the child care services area. Next, in the the private sector, child care providers, we can permit the use of government vouchers if they meet certain eligibility criteria. Right now, according to the enhanced plan, they say that there will be a registration method, but we can think about a policy in which we permit more organizations to use the government voucher. Recently, we see a all-day infant care service in participation with the child development centers. They provide evaluation of on-child development monitoring. So for the infants, sometimes the parents may not understand development assessment. So we will be expanding online development assessments nationwide, and we will strengthen development by different phases of the child care. And the teachers and caregivers and therapists, as they communicate with one another, they can carry out development assessment and treatment methodologies so that the children can be back on track on their development path. Going on to the elementary after-school program, which is the last area of CEC, just like kindergarten and daycare centers, we see that there is a big discrepancy and difference in after-school program for elementary school students. There are various programs such as community after-school centers, regional centers for children, after-school academy for youth. There are differences in the ministries and organizations. There's a difference in the financial burden and the time that is provided. The elementary school after-school program is an service that parents rely on greatly because it is covered in the school, but there isn't a lot of spots for this, and the after-school academy for youths, it's mostly on this special recreational programs, but compared to the other types of services, it is more leisure oriented. In all of the elementary after school programs, there should be an equal level of quality. Elementary school students compared to the infants and lower grade children, yet we see that the distance is an important issue from their homes. That is why it is mostly centered around elementary schools, and they have to think about the private institutions' distance too. There should be a certain quality level and standard. Of course, there needs to be a social consensus on what that threshold and standard will be. Also, some institutions may be very high in quality, but we should not have too much of a difference in the gap. We can think about the difference of Ministry of Education and the local governments. The Ministry of Education, you can take advantage of their expertise in education to provide training programs, and the municipal governments can be responsible for administrative activities to identify the needs for child care and to receive applications, allocating the children to the programs, and also providing logistics for the children to go to those child care locations in a safe manner. So the programs that I talked about, such as elementary after-school program, we need to reduce the quality gap, as I said. And in this sense, I wanted to introduce to you Sweden's Leisure Time Center. It is after-school child care, and there is a curriculum for this leisure time center. There is the primary school and preschool class. So you have to attend preschool class before you go on to primary school. And the curriculum for the Leisure Time Center, preschool classes, and primary classes are integrated with one another for there to be organic and unified curriculums to provide education at the right time. Furthermore, the children, depending on their needs, interests, and situations, they can select the preschool classes and primary school classes that can supplement their activities. For example, at school, it's more theoretic study, but in LTC, they can see how those theories are implemented in actual society, which leads to improvement in their hands-on skills, and they are able to express themselves. They can increase their social capacity by interacting with teachers and other students. At LTC, they can obtain abilities in problem solving, and emotional skills can be enhanced through these programs. That is why in Korea, in our primary child care service, we should implement an integrated program like this, encompassing social skills too. So from infancy to elementary school, I talked about Korea's care system and ways to make qualitative improvements. And that is all for my presentation. Thank you for listening. Thank you very much. We will go on to Professor Chun Young-oo's presentation.
Well, as it was introduced, my name is Chun Young-ho. I'm from Incheon National University. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. So the topic of my presentation is the role of women in elderly care. As you well know, elderly care is divided into formal elderly care and informal elderly care. Formal care is care services provided by the public institutes and the public programs. Qualified and certified care service workers visit homes or nursing homes to provide services, and informal care services include care works provided by other family members, especially female family members, such as daughters. So in elderly care, we can talk about formal and informal elder care services. We will first look at current status of elderly care, and what is most important here is how to ensure people who will provide care services. The quality of services will be determined by the workforce or those people who provide such services. Right now, females are taking on the burden in a disproportionate manner, and this is creating various social challenges. First, formal elder care services in Korea. Generally, when we talk about elderly care, we are targeting senior citizens aged 65 years or older. Most of these people are suffering from chronic diseases like diabetes, and we have to help them maintain their health and manage their health status to extend their healthier lives. So healthcare and welfare social security services have been designed to assist daily lives of these people. And on the left column, you can see the services provided by National Health Insurance Services. We provide primary, secondary, tertiary healthcare services under the National Health Insurance Services, and in the clinics, public clinics across this country, we provide welfare and health management services, and we especially offer visiting nurse services for mentally challenged people, people with dementia, and people with other chronic diseases. So nurses are mostly dispatched to provide such visiting services. When the COVID pandemic was prolonged, people suffering from mental illnesses received help from mental health centers across the country, and especially the seniors suffering from dementia. About 70% of the senior citizens are suffering from dementia, so we have dementia supporting centers across the country to provide assisting services for these people. And I think you have heard of long-term care services. long-term care services will be provided to those who have difficulties in maintaining their daily lives. So we have visiting care, visiting bath, visiting nurse services. And when these people have more difficulties, they move from their homes to go to nursing homes. And on the right side, you can see the social care services, which will be provided to senior citizens for their logistics or daily lives. And there is also customized care programs for senior citizens. It is for those who cannot use long-term care service. And there's also emergency safety alarm service for older people when they live alone and sometimes they die and no one can find out about that, and that they are discovered way after their death. So we install sensors to create some networks, so if there is no detection in those sensors, which will set off an alarm, and our public service workers will visit those homes. And today I will just talk about focusing on long-term care services, social care services, those parts written in blue color. There are social care services in Korea, and among them we have long-term care services and the customized social care services. As you can see, long-term care service, regardless of their income level, if they have some difficulties in how to receive long-term care, they have to receive these services. But top 30% of the income brackets, they cannot use these services. But if they are in the top 70%, they can use long-term care services. Alarm services or home assistance services are also provided for those who have difficulties in mobility. Since long-term care services are well extended and expanded, and 70% of all senior citizens are using, so this program is expanded very fast in a relatively short period of time, and it has emerged as one of the flagship programs for the elderly in Korea. And the Moon Jae administration, there has been huge improvement for care services for the elderly, and there were various pilot programs where senior citizens can spend the rest of their lives at their homes while using community infrastructure rather than just being hospitalized in the care hospitals or nursing homes. And the local authorities also provide care services. In Chuncheon and Hwasong, for example, they had pilot programs for better visiting home services. If senior citizens have difficulties in mobility, there are about 200,000 elderly people who have mobility difficulty. Then doctors will just as part of outreach program, doctors will visit the homes of these senior citizens to provide the health care services. Then what about workers who provide such services for our senior citizens? As was mentioned before, we have long-term care service programs and tailored care services for the elderly people. And 15% of the elderly population of Korea are using either of these programs. And the number of recipients is also increasing, which has increased the demand for the labor supply, and especially the long-term care insurance. As of this year, there are care service workers, like about 630,000 people, and the number is increasing rapidly by 50 to 60,000 people per year, and 86% of these service workers provide visiting home services. And the tailored elderly care services, like visiting homes and providing assisting services. There are life care service workers. These workers, most of them are females. They provide nursing care services, and 93% of care service workers are women. Therefore, the care services are very labor intensive and physically taxing, but most of them are females and they are very important assets in this labor sector. And they are replacing the roles once played by other family members. Even though they belong to a former sector, but these care service workers face various challenges. Many care service workers they are abused sexually by male elderly people and the female elderly people who are suffering from dementia. They are verbally abused and sometimes physically abused. They have many difficulties. Therefore, care service workers, when they are exposed to such risks, even though the frequency is low, the mental damage is huge, so they just quit their jobs after an unfortunate incident. So this is one of the major challenges that we have to solve to enhance welfare of these care service workers. We have to also think about whether these are quality and decent jobs for people. To ensure sustainability of care services, we need to have more quality jobs to guarantee sustainability, life security, and the satisfaction of workers. But as you well know, most of these jobs are not so secure, and especially when care service workers, when they have to visit homes, they are not guaranteed a fixed work hours, and sometimes they are not guaranteed a fixed income because their work hours vary depending on situations. Therefore, 80% of these workers are irregular or part-time workers, and especially if they provide home visiting services, there are so many other care service workers in the cities. They are in severe competition, so they cannot be guaranteed a job security where they can provide quality services for the elderly people. And on the other hand, care service workers at the public institutions, their workload is too high. They work in shifts and sometimes they have to work overnight. The intensity is so high. Sometimes one care service worker has to take care of 10 patients. So if you look at the age and the income level, the monthly salary is 1.28 million Korean won or 1.67 million won for public institution. Even though the work intensity and workload is so high, they are not guaranteed a very secure income. If you look at the average salary of Korean workers, these care service workers are not paid well relatively. Therefore, relatively younger people in their 30s, 40s, or 50s, they are not reluctant to work as care service workers. So the average age of these workers is being raised to become senior citizens themselves. So in those in their 50s or even in their 70s are working as care service workers, and the average age of care service workers is going up, worsening the labor shortage trend. And especially if you go to the countryside outside Seoul, it becomes extremely difficult to secure younger care service workers, and this is widening the gap, the labor shortage, worsening the labor shortage on the supply side. So by 2027, there will be a shortage of 110,000 people in the care service industry. Since the aging is gaining pace, but we are not securing enough manpower, and this will just worsen the gap in care services, and this should be viewed as another form of the physical abuse of the elderly people. Now let me move on to the informal sector, informal care service. These are care services provided by other family members. formal care service is important, but if you look at the reality, then the informal care services account for the majority part of the care services. And this responsibility is mainly borne by female family members, and the imbalance is so severe. Those in their 40s, 50s, when they take care of their parents, usually wives take on the role, and they cannot be economically active because of the burden, and sometimes they feel so stressed because of the responsibility. And as of these days, the daughters replace the daughter-in-laws to become primary caregiver for their elderly parents, leading to a lowered quality of life for these daughters. So the caregivers, when it comes to caregiver roles, women are at huge disadvantage. So the elderly people are not usually taken care of by their sons. Most of the caregivers are females. 98.3% of the male elderly people are taken care of by their spouse. But if you look at the opposite side, only a few female senior citizens are taken care of by their spouses. And I think if we look at the social trend, then less children are taking care of their older parents, and we have this weakened social responsibility for taking care of their parents. So the elderly people for future generations, they are less likely to be taken care of by their sons or daughters. This means that the long-term care services and the former care services will become more important, but we do not have enough budget for that. We have to think about the implication of having less children taking care of their parents. Therefore, we have to allocate more budget in the former long-term elderly care service sector, and we believe that there will be an increase in the budget spending. Right now, the elderly people who need care services, they are receiving the care from their children or other family members. And you can see that the elderly people aged 75 or older, most of them are being taken care of by their children. And they are taken care of by their children or their spouse. And if they become older, like older than 75 years old, then the role of a spouse increases, but the actual help comes from their children. And when the long-term care services and former care services, these services become more important for the elderly people. And one of the points that we have to pay attention is the shortfall or the deficit, the gap we are not filling. Among the senior citizens aged 75 years older, they need care services, but those care services are not provided from the formal sector or informal sector as well. 30% of these elderly people are not getting sufficient care services even though they need them. And whether their caregiver lives nearby or far from their home, this is another factor that can determine the care services. If their children live in Seoul, but the parents live in the countryside outside Seoul, then this spouse becomes the primary caregiver instead of their children, and their children rank just the third when it comes to providing care services. They just make phone calls now and then. So if parents live far away from their children, and if their children cannot provide care services for their old parents, then these old people cannot get enough care services, even though they are in dire need of care services. This is a very unfortunate reality of Korea. We do not have a quality work environment for care service workers. This makes it more difficult for us to secure enough supply of labor. And because since we have more participation of women in the labor market and we have less children taking care of their parents, if we think about all these different trends, then the only conclusion we can draw is that we have to reinforce our public institution, public programs for care services by expanding former care service industry. And one way to do that is to increase our spending for care service workers. About 86% of the healthcare fee reimbursement has to be spent by our national health insurance plan. And this is a very good policy that the government has to support the larger part of the salary paid to care service workers. But if you look at the reality, this is not the case. Even though this is very important to care services, there's no public system or framework where the government can support the salaries paid to care service workers. In advanced economies, there is a cash allowance for care service workers, health checkup, counseling service. There are various benefit programs for the informal care service workers or informal caregivers. This is to give social support to work as a social safety net for people who provide care services to their family members. One case and example is the holiday service for the care services. Taking care of a family member who's suffering from dementia can be physically and mentally taxing and exhausting, but we are not providing enough support for these family members who are taking care of dementia patients. We have to give at least 1 week or 2 weeks of leave to these family members, even though we have a program in names, but these programs are not being utilized by people. Only 800 people have used these programs up until now. This is a very unfortunate fact. So the awareness is low and the actual utilization of those programs is also low. So in the former care service sector, most of the workers are females, and in the informal sector as well, daughters instead of sons are providing primary caregiving services to their parents. Despite that, the government is not giving enough support for these workers. They are just labeling this as the natural responsibility of children and is not giving enough rewards to these people. There are many government welfare services for young people or those middle-aged people, but care services for various demographic groups are also provided by women. Despite that, the women are not being recognized for their contribution to care services. And as I mentioned, 40% of senior citizens who live far away from their children are not getting enough care services, and this will aggravate the social issue of senior citizens living alone. So what is important here is to providing quality care services to our elderly people. We have to expand the public care services by spending more for building infrastructure. Even though we have visiting home services, there are senior citizens who have to be hospitalized and or have to be taken to nursing homes. So we need to have more nursing homes and hospitals for elderly people, and there should be some social safety net for people recognizing the roles of family members who provide care services for their parents, and the cash benefits and or other allowances should be given to informal workers. Community-based family centers also be a channel to provide training and support for those who provide informal care services for their family members. This is it. Thank you. Thank you so much. I would like to start discussion.
Please begin. Thank you very much for the two presentations. So we are living in an era of care, and care policies have developed to a certain state. We saw the performance results of care, and there were some areas that we neglected, and we also have some priorities that we need to think about. So this is the area that I wanted to discuss. We saw in the area of child care, we see that this child care is connected to education and lifelong learning, and it is the same for elderly care. It is connected to health, and this is also related to child care too. So care service is being expanded. So what are the policies that we need to consider to have expanded concept of care? First, in the first presentation in the CECE, we saw the different types of care service by child age, such as the daycare services and kindergartens, and as this is integrated, we realize the importance of enhancing quality. And we also heard about capacity and professionalism of the teachers. We need to improve the treatment that they receive, and importance of organization culture, and importance of enhancing transparency in these institutions operation, and that there should be openness of these institutions so that teachers and parents can cooperate with one another. And we also heard about the autonomy of the curriculum of the teachers. For public education, we always stress the importance of consistency and standardizing the curriculum, but we were not able to discuss the autonomy of the teachers. Yet we heard about the importance of enhancing quality by providing autonomy to the teachers, and on the operation time, and we heard about the costs associated for the parents, and second, through the enhancement of child care enhancement plan, we heard about that, which was announced by the Ministry of Gender Equality. We should expand child care from the public sector to the private sector. There can be ways to expand infrastructure, and we also can improve the quality of the infrastructure. Also, we should connect organically the residential child care service. And the Center for Development of Children was opened recently, and for those who make applications through the daycare centers, they can receive a development assessment. So this is a monitoring of children, and parents and children's needs for this is great these days. We see a surge in the applications for this. We will need more systematic and professional approach for this. Third, we heard about the after-school programs for elementary school students. There are many types of after-school care, and it is run by different agencies, such as the Ministry of Education and the municipal governments. There should be integration there. We should eliminate gaps in the care. There are many types of care provided, but it should be integrated with one another, which is a challenge that needs to be overcome. As was discussed, we need to have a integrated and standardized operation policy. The after-school elementary programs, we say that it is a multiple ministry agenda, and So this is a discussion from the provider's perspective for the children and parents. It is something that needs to be provided continuously. There should be there is still the challenges of continuity and consistency and transition. We need to connect this with other services, the after-school programs provided by elementary schools. It can be integrated with the daycare and kindergarten integration service. We heard next about the elderly care. We should allow those with qualifications to want to enter into this ecosystem, and we should enhance their confidence in this area. And recently, this has become a society issue of the teachers' rights being undermined, and this seems to be because the roles and responsibilities of care is not supported in detail, and there wasn't a discussion about the roles and responsibilities. So for us to have a society of shared caring, we should set up clear scopes and boundaries on the roles and responsibilities of teachers. And we are at a time point in which we need to discuss this, and the care ecosystem requires the participation of parents and support of parents too. The community and parents should not just be those that purchase the service, and they are not the consumers or the supervisors of the service. The care is a encompassing scope that can be expanded. We should all participate in this ecosystem. You should bear not only you should not just enjoy the privileges, but should bear the responsibility.
And about the second presentation, I think one of the reasons that we have low fertility rate is because of the gender inequality in the elderly care. And it gave us painted the reality picture with the statistics. Right now, the supply and the labor supply in elderly care is falling down, and we have to look ahead to the implications of these falling statistics. The number of children is declining, and the demand for the care service is increasing, and there's a mismatch between the supply and demand. And to address this issue, we need to come up with a comprehensive policy package that can enhance the quality of care services. The care service workers for the elderly care and the infrastructure development and maintenance, they have to be all advanced to meet the demands, increasing demands of the elderly care. Right now, if we look at the social security services, then we have very diverse policies and programs. And in elderly care, we have diversity in terms of policy, and this should be replicated in childcare as well. When I look at the two common issues in these two presentations of very different topics, is that as the demand for elderly care increases and demand for childcare decreases, even though despite the difference, there is also this very serious issue of the mismatch between supply and demand. To address these issues, we need to secure a better infrastructure and more service workers by providing better working environment. And especially, we need to increase the quality of labor force by providing more enabling environment and providing more quality jobs to meet the demands of this increasing elderly care services. And we need to have a very interdisciplinary or integrated approach to overcome these issues. Since the program is operated by multiple government departments, it is very difficult to coordinate and integrate approaches of different departments and governments. However, we need to have a community-based and local authority-based approach to to find out the right solution. So the healthcare security, safety, welfare issues of the elderly people. All of these issues have to be considered in care services to meet the demands. The elderly care services have to be specialized, diversified, and tailored. To make this possible, there should be some accreditation programs along with many support programs to enhance the quality of labor. Since there are much diversified demands and needs for elderly care, we need to structure elderly care services provided by the informal and the formal sectors. So we have to take a look at how these programs will evolve based on very in-depth analysis and diagnosis, and especially for children, when children have some developmental challenges, then we have to also consider these developmental challenges when we design our care services for children. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Professor Seoul, as was introduced, I am Dongmin Seoul from Baeksuk University. I want to talk about the role of women in elderly care.
So let me first take a look at elderly care, the aging society, and the rapidly increasing need for elderly care. As was mentioned, the Korean government has expanded the scope and breadth of the elderly care programs provided by the formal sector. So we have more programs in place, but in the process, there are many challenges and rooms of improvement. While introducing these programs, we failed to connect theory with practice, and some programs, even though they exist, they are not fully utilized, creating blind spots and creating those who are neglected, even though we have programs in place. So to improve elderly care, we have introduced various pilot programs. Those pilot programs have been introduced by the local authorities, and we have to wait and see what kind of impact will be created by those pilot programs. I think these programs are very pioneering, and this will help us build a social consensus within Korea. And next, I also want to mention former care service workers or care service workers in the formal sector. We just focused on how to increase the beneficiaries of our care service programs, but we didn't pay enough attention to suppliers of these care services, and we don't have enough support for these care service workers. As was mentioned in the presentation, for the care services, the collaboration between formal and informal sectors is really important, and we have to look at this from the perspective of women. In care services, providers are primarily women, and this has created stereotypes and bias against women. And we think that if we have more programs, then the primary beneficiaries are women, and this can serve as barriers when women try to participate in a labor market. The primary care service providers are women, and this created the stereotypes about women. And this has led to lower wages and worse working environment for women, and this poor working environment has been reinforced by the support programs. The female care service workers, they're exposed to various hazards and risks like sexual abuse or verbal abuse. And this has worsened the supply and demand mismatch in the care service market. Therefore, if we want to increase the former care service workers, we have to recognize the importance of labor provided by these people. It has been very long since the family members had excessive demands for the care service workers. We didn't invest enough time and resources to help out these care service workers. Next issue is about informal care service workers. Well, these services, informal services, are usually provided by their daughters. In informal providers, if the care burden is eliminated on just one person, the stress level can go up. The burden can be too excessive, psychological burden can be too much, and sometimes these people are deprived of a social identity because they are isolated from social life. And this is another factor that creates a very poor environment for informal workers. If daughters, if they become primary care service provider, caregiver, they do not have enough time to go out and hang out with their friends, and their social interaction will be reduced. They will have less time to meet with colleagues or friends. So their social relationships are all disconnected, and all the single identity they put on is caregiver for all their parents, and this is not sustainable. So we have to think about the situation they face. Female family members, they feel like they have more burden, and because of that, they are at worse health. Their health is not in a good condition, and they have to spend more of their time taking care of other family members. Therefore, they are exposed to the heightened risk of developing depression and other mental illnesses. And what about male family members? Male family members, they have to also look back on themselves when they're taking on the caregiving roles. They just focus on their identity outside homes, and they do not think that the caregiving is not their responsibility. So as was mentioned in the presentations, when we have this discussion on the informal care service, we have to think about the division of roles and responsibilities within our families. Now, these days, more senior citizens are living alone, and assisting them to have quality life while living alone is really important. But these days, these people are just taken care of by their spouses or their daughters. And we have this aging society, and the senior citizens have extended a lifespan. And when they spend later days of their life, then if the male senior citizens develop diseases, who will be the primary caregiver? Their spouses, their wives. So even though there have been some efforts, the primary caregivers are wives or the female family members. So we need to support these people. And this should just go beyond creating better working environment. We have to think about whether this situation is sustainable. Just relying on other spouses or daughters for caregiving services would not be sustainable. So we need to have more community-based support, and we need to have more centers across the country to give support to these primary caregivers.
I would like to thank the ambassador from Canada, Tamara Mohini. I don't know if she is here with us right now. I was a visiting professor that went to Canada during COVID. Thank you for allowing me to visit Canada at that time. Gender equality, I think it can be different by the area and the community, and I could feel what life and family balance was when I was there, and I felt how families and communities can be changed by gender equality policies. Although my stay in Canada was short, I could really feel the difference. It was challenging work to mow the lawn at the time when I was in Canada, but it was an enjoyable time that I spent there, and I hope that this culture can lay root in Korea too. With this, I will like to conclude my present discussion. Thank you very much, Professor. So we heard two presentations and two discussions. While listening to the presentations, I am an economist, and I'm not a social welfare major. And as an economist, while listening to the four presenters and discussants, I felt that they were discussing the care system in Korea. So I learned a lot. And to talk about my personal experience, in the past 5 years, my in-laws and my parents passed away, and I truly really felt the need of care for my parents and my in-laws. For all four of our parents, I saw them pass away at home, and there was care it provided in the household. Also, as a biological grandmother, I am participating in child care too. In the field and in actual families, really, it's intense. One colleague of mine who has a child, and we at our Peninsula Population Institute, Korean Peninsula Population Institute for Future, I asked that colleague about the colleague told me about their child, and that child is in high school, and that high school student said that they don't want to have kids because their life was so intense, fierce competition, so they don't want their children to experience that. So as a person hearing this information, I feel very responsible. As the older generation, we really need to pull our wisdom together to address this. We have participants both online and offline. We have some received questions, but before we go on to those questions, I have a question, which is about care for children and care for the elderly. Care for the children, I wonder what research has been carried out to think about care from the parents and child's perspective, because we need to think about the satisfaction level of children. We are integrating daycare centers and kindergartens because it's in a dual system right now. We're trying to integrate this. This is leading to a lot of controversy. I don't know how long it's going to carry out, but there's a lot of objection about integrating this. I saw last week firsthand the protests taking place regarding such integration. So we should think about the satisfaction level of children. And the discussion did mention this. We need to think about sustainability. Care was provided at homes, and we are in the process of institutionalizing this and bearing this responsibility on a social level, but the transition is quite fast. So I am wondering if we have the budget for this to be sustainable. I hear that the budgetary loss right now is 59 trillion at the moment. And then now I want to go on to the questions that we received online. Diana Noon Alama from Ewha Women's University provided a question in English.
Your study produced 이거는 그 김인경 부장님.
So this is a question to In-kyung Kim.
Based on the data and information you analyze. In Korea, how does the cooperative relationship between researchers and the government, particularly with the Minister of Gender Equality and Family? The policy recommendations related to the gender may sometimes conflict with interest of other sectors. What is your opinion on handling this common challenge? And how do you persuade stakeholders to consider and accommodate recommendations from your findings? 한국말로 번역해 드릴까요? 제 영어 발음이 안 좋았나 봐요. 어쨌든
So I will repeat the question in Korean. So first of all, how are you communicating and cooperating with the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family? And next, when there are recommendations that come out from your institutions, there might be conflicts with other sectors. How are you able to overcome those conflicts, and how do you persuade other stakeholders? And in your research, do you have any comments regarding this aspect? And then there was an anonymous question.
Well, this question goes to Jeon Young-ho, professor of Incheon International University, and this question also goes to Kim In-kyung. Care services. family members, when they use care services, how can we accommodate their requests and needs when we provide care services? And when families need care services, what kind of approaches can be made to provide economic or financial support, and to what kind of education or training programs to empower care service workers? And for Professor Chun Yong-oh, for quality and security of care services, what kind of supervision can be given and what kind of criteria or standards can be established? And Professor Cho Ha-min also asked a similar question, and there are many questions, so we've just selected a few that sound very important. How can we recognize the importance of care services, and how can you expand the care service programs, and how can you promote collaboration or the program for collaboration between different stakeholders and different service providers, and how can we establish a supervisory programs for care services? So these are the major questions, and like our two speakers will entertain these questions.
First of all, Dr. Che interpreted my presentation in such an eloquent way. Thank you for that. What I want to add is that in the area of care, as was mentioned, parents do not have the expertise compared to teachers, so the role of government is important. The government sets the quality standard, such as the number of children per teacher, and also they set the training for the teachers. They need to play the role of setting standards. Second, they need to support the financial budgets for such systems so that care and education can be provided to all children without any gaps. On the qualification, the government needs to set this up and operate this. And the qualification system, once this is prepared and once it's set up, it is important to compensate accordingly for people to pursue such careers. When setting up the qualifications, you need to understand the current status. You need to have smooth communication between the stakeholders to persuade them about the qualification requirements. There has to be smooth dialogue for us to see improvement in the childcare. In education and childcare, half of the effort is in communication and half of the effort is in thorough design. So in addition to design, there needs to be the process of persuasion. And I can't see clearly, but anyway, there was a question about the perspective of children and parents. As children grow, we try to enhance their happiness. We have that in our curriculum, and we're trying to provide daycare and kindergarten services accordingly. When I was studying in 2010 on this, there were teachers who had received training on child-centered care. We see that immersion of the children increased and their happiness increased. If we have more research like this, then the children, as they attend these institutions, can become happier and their non-cognitive capabilities will increase. And the parents are nervous because they feel that once this phase passes, they can never go back in time. Once we have these researches accumulated, we can provide the evidence that children, if they grew through this education program, will be happy and be able to increase their non-cognitive capabilities. The second part of the question was on gender issues. I think that in the gender equality, just as the professor said from Purdue University, work and life balance, if that is only centered around mothers, then that is a factor that will exacerbate gender equality. Fathers need to participate in parenting. You know that there is positive effect because there are certain educational benefits that can only be provided by fathers. We should share this information with parents because parents, they want their children to grow well. In such cases, they will understand that not only mothers but fathers need to participate in parenting. If academic research on this is well advertised or promoted, more fathers will participate, and this will enhance gender equality. Give me a moment to organize my thoughts. Various care in community level, how should this be carried out? Municipal governments and the local ministries of education. There is a control tower, and the control tower can be by the Agency of Education. I think we should create a committee to work as a control tower to have organic connection and integration of these different services and support for capacity building of parents. In TV programs, I hope we see a lot of programs on enhancing parenting capability. But this is advice for parents with another child because children have different development phases and different situations and circumstances. So the programs that we see on television that cannot be blindly applied to your own child. Who knows their child the best? I think it's the teachers in daycare centers. During the drop-off and pickup of the children, you can get information from those teachers, and then the parents can get advice about the role that parents should play. And I think the kindergarten and daycare center teachers can be very helpful. So we should open up these institutions, and we should enhance the capabilities and skills of our teachers. Thank you very much.
There are 2 points when it comes to elderly care. First one, how to ensure quality and safety of care services, and how can you provide a social safety net to ensure those two. In the long-term care services, local authorities provide supervisory services, and they also in charge of oversight. But public service workers, they are relocated to different job functions every 2 or 3 years, so the supervision is not going very well, and sometimes transparency is not sufficiently provided to give enough supervision services to the long-term service providers. Then what kind of changes should be introduced? I think there should be some independent and dedicated oversight or supervisory agency which will be also in charge of training care service workers. And right now we just give these duties to the private sector who are not qualified and sometimes are not verified. And because of that, most of the female care service workers, without having any job length or getting recognized for their job experiences, they just get the fixed rate salaries regardless of their work years. And so we need to have some system to improve the quality of these services and to empower these social service workers. Right now, the care service is primarily provided by the private entities, and because of that, they blindly follow the competition of the free market, and the market itself is very unstable because of the severe competition. So we need to make this since this is a quasi market, we need to be more selective and provide a public support that only the qualified and the verified or a certified one ones can enter the market to provide consistent and guaranteed services to the elderly population while providing job security to the care service workers. And the second question was about how we increase the recognition across the communities about the importance of care service workers. How can you improve collaboration between different stakeholders? This is a very important question. So in care services, what is really important is to provide an enabling environment so that senior citizens can spend the last stages of their lives at home and they can delay their hospitalization into the institutions. Under this objective, we need to have consistent policies. In that regard, there is a pilot program which has been 5 years old to provide integrated care services. 5 local authorities, they integrate resources for formal and informal care service resources to provide seamless and consistent services. They recognize the need and they built a collaborative framework between private and public sectors so that they can provide more integrated and seamless care services to the elderly population. This should be replicated across the country. That is my thought. Yes, thank you so much for your inputs. And what about listening to some comments from our 2 panelists?
It was already mentioned by others. Korea's care was focused on reducing the financial burden for parents and the family. But this is not enough. Children, they should be able to be healthy and grow healthy. During COVID-19, children could not go outside, they could not exercise, and there were a lot of cognitive training that was focused. So we are seeing some problems with social and emotional issues of children. Non-cognitive capabilities are required. So we need to monitor whether the needed care is being provided, and we need to add on the child's perspective in assessing this. This is not in contrast with the parent's perspective. We need a child, a parent's perspective, and we need to talk about professionalism required by the teachers. I did mention this. And we have a child first principle in our child care and service. When raising children, I think the basic is eye contact and skinship. And we need to teach them to have a mental fitness and emotional abilities to control their emotions. And we need to invest in these areas through a lot of data. We need to reassess this matter.
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to make another comment. So you mentioned the community-based approach, but this is a national issue, international issue, and a regional issue as well. And I think this is a very global issue that can affect various countries because the labor supply should come beyond the national borders. There's childbirth, childcare, death. When we think about this, to provide care services, there is movement of people. And when we provide care services, this means people are living longer, and sometimes they are playing the role of consumers, and they remain economically active for a longer period of time. And if we can replace the roles of caregivers, then we can give more time for these people to be economically active, and this will create another momentum for economic growth. Therefore, we have to put this issue into perspectives and then have to try to solve these issues for economic development as well. Well, thank you so much for your inputs. After hearing your comments, I was thinking about what I have felt during my days that I took care of my parents and parents-in-laws. When I tried to find a caregiver, I had to interview them to find a qualified, good person. But the process itself was very challenging. And even though there is some if there were guidelines from the government, it would have been much better for me. And since I am working at the Korean Peninsula Population Institute for Future, let me put this into the perspective of the demographic policies. I think now I've retired, and in just 10 years, I will be one of those people who are suffering from along with the chronic diseases who need care services. And up until now, our country was okay because we had more economically active population. But if the biggest demographic groups become the ones that need care services, the supply of labor would be in much bigger shortfall, and this labor shortage or the supply shortage should be studied in depth to come up with a response in time. So we talked about United in Care in the session 3. We have so much to talk about. The time is limited. I'm not sure whether we discussed all these points necessary to come up with a solution, but this is the future that will face us. Therefore, how we find a solution, how we develop the suitable program and response mechanism, the future of Korea will be different, and our future for gender equality will be also determined by our efforts for now to find a solution in care services. With this, I'd like to extend my gratitude to all of the audiences, panelists, and speakers. With this, I'd like to conclude session 3. Well, thank you so much. ENG, President of the Korea Peninsula Population Institute for Future, thank you for your great emceeing and moderation. There have been many propositions to improve our care services, to respond to the needs of the aging society. The discussion itself was very insightful and gave much thing to learn. We'd like to have a brief break time before having the closing session. If you have missed one of the former sessions, please bear with us until the end, because during closed session, we will mention key takeaways of each session. And if you listen to all of these sessions, this will be a very valuable time to look back on those sessions and then withdraw some important points to remember. So enjoy your break time, and we will see you in a few minutes. Thank you.
we have carried on throughout the day with the 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum, the coexistence of work and care responsibility in a society changed by low fertility rates. We had discussions and we heard presentations throughout the day through the roundtable session. We will be hearing a summary of what was discussed. And it is a very meaningful session. I hope you stay with us till the very end. We will be hearing from the Vice Minister Ki-soon Lee, who will be moderating the roundtable session. It is a pleasure to meet all of you. Throughout the day, we had heated discussions, and I heard that you have been listening to the discussions. And here with us, we have the former Minister Hee Young-paek, who moderated the second session, and we also have with us Silgi Che, and we have with us In-shil Lee, who also moderated the third session. Thank you very much for participating. We have the three moderators at each of the sessions, and I'm sure that you were with us throughout the day. We heard about the cases of various countries to overcome the low fertility rate in the morning session. We heard also from Sima Sami, the UN Women Executive Director.
And then there was a keynote speech provided by Kim Young-mi, Vice Chairman of the Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy. And in this session, the one that we had presentations by ambassadors from 5 countries with higher gender equality compared to our country. And we've heard their best practices and experiences to promote gender equality. And these countries have better gender equality established, but they all mentioned that they still have a long way to go, and they recognize the importance of gender equality, and they will make a further promise to make further progress. This has left many lessons for Korea to learn. So during this last session, round table session, I would like to hear from chairs or moderators of each of the 3 sessions to give us a summary and the lessons learned from each session. Now, first, we'd like to hear from former Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, Baek Ki-young, to brief us on what has been learned throughout session 2. Yes, as was introduced, my name is Baek Ki-young, and I was the chair for session 2. Session 2, we discussed the gender equality in the workplace, building a society that works together. And in session 2, we talked about how individuals are striking a balance between work and life or family obligations. It was a very meaningful session. Presentations were delivered by 2 people. The first speaker is Richard Lammers, Vice President of ASML Korea. He talked about how ASML is working hard to make it itself an attractive workplace for all. What was impressive for me, based on the questions that we have received, is as a family-friendly workplace, how ASML has introduced family-friendly and gender-equal policies. Since ASML is a global company, how it localized its family-friendly programs to fit the situations of Korea. And ASML was doing very well in terms of this, and I was also surprised to hear that out of 2,100 employees, and it is a semiconductor design company, and because of that, it has more male workers. So in the entire workforce, female workers account for 16%, but when you go up to the managerial positions, female workers account for 50%, which was quite surprising. And this shows how committed ASML to promoting gender equality in the workplace. And he mentioned various programs for diversity and inclusion introduced in ASML, and such a high ratio of women in senior positions is the natural outcome of this strong commitment. He also pledged the commitment of ASML to further promote gender equality. And he also mentioned the social trend. Right now, 80% of the ASML employees are under the age of 40. So workforce is relatively younger, and they are in the age bracket which are more likely to take on the burden of childbirth and childcare. So the ASML is designing programs to respond to the needs of these younger employees, and it is having frank discussions with employees when it designed benefit welfare programs for employees. And they also donate the money for charity and for underprivileged people, and they also make contributions to STEM sectors with the participation of ASML employees. By doing this, ASML is making its workplace more dynamic. And the second presentation was provided by distinguished professor of Purdue University, Ellen Ernst Kosak. She also shared with us her research outcomes on the gender equality. As an esteemed scholar in the gender equality in workplaces, she shared with us the reality for equality for all and the other gender equality programs, even though they seem very well intentioned and nice on the outside, but in reality or in practice, these so-called gender equality programs work as double-edged sword for female workers, putting them in at a bigger disadvantage. That was a very insightful that the lessons that we have learned from her presentation, we have to also prevent this from happening in our policies and programs. And to overcome these challenges, sometimes flexibility in the or a flexible work environment can work as another barrier for female workers. And the managers and supervisors have a very important role to play to promote gender equality in workplace. And this is, since gender equality issues are multifaceted and multi-layered, very complex problems, we need to have a more delicate approach. So even though some gender-neutral policies on the outside will have negative impact on the gender equality if they are not designed in a thorough manner. So she gave us various examples of that. And sometimes when the women choose maternity obligation, they are placed at a disadvantageous position when it comes to promotion and placement in workplaces. So we have to think about all these unintended consequences of well-intended policies when we develop our own programs for gender equality. And solution will not come overnight naturally, so government intervention is essential. In that regard, not just the individuals, companies, or businesses, rather than acting alone, we need to have a collective effort with the support of government through policies and programs. And there were so many points reviewed during her presentation, and we found out that there are many issues to consider in our real life. And when she mentioned that this is an issue that calls for a collective effort, I cannot agree more. And this really fits into the topic of today's forum. And after that, we had very in-depth discussion participated by Choi Soo-gi, who is also here as panelist. And on the session 2 discussion, we'd like to hear from Professor Choi Soo-gi. Yes, Professor Choi Soo-gi, you have the floor. And for the past 30 years, Korea has made remarkable development, and it has made a great effort to make our places to introduce gender practices for gender equality. and we have more representation of women. And as for ASMR Korea, we have this 50-50 ratio between male and female when it comes to senior positions. But in other organizations and the companies, there's this huge gender gap, and we have still a long way to go. And at the same time, if we connect this into one of today's forum's issues, low fertility rate, even though we are well-advanced society with so many government programs and supports, but the outcome is still negative, and our total fertility rate is still very low. And I found some implications and lessons from the comments made by professors here, especially Professor Kosik. When the professors receive tenures and becomes a tenured professors, the family-friendly policies, the child care leave or paternal leave, the male professors are more likely to take out paternal leave thanks to those gender equality programs. But when you look at how these programs actually work, even though they sound gender neutral or gender positive, sometimes they have gender negative implications in reality. In terms with regard to that, more flexible work environment, and when we try to create workplaces for gender equality, simple approaches will not work. We need to have a more delicate approach to think about the multiple implications of our policies and programs. We need to have the accurate diagnosis of the reality, and we shouldn't oversimplify the reality to overcome these issues. Sometimes oversimplifying these social problems is one of the issues why we are not having effective policies for gender equality. Sometimes our budget is not enough, and sometimes our design is not appropriate, but at the same time, even with the existing programs, we need to have a more fine-tuning to find the right direction, because sometimes we are missing very important facts and the key points when we try to oversimplify these very complex social issues. Well, after hearing from our former Minister Baek Ki-young and Professor Choi Sil-gi, I realized that session 2 was so productive and insightful. Even though I didn't participate in session 2 in person, but I realized that today the government is also working on the revision of the Gender Equality Act, so the childcare leave or paternal leave can be extended, and they are also thinking about longer childcare leave to fathers as well. But when we try to increase the benefits to parents, we have to also think about the unintended consequences, like the blind spots, the employees working in SMEs, or female workers who are working as part-time workers who cannot get the benefits of these government programs. So when we think about these blind spots, I think session 2 will be very helpful when you try to improve our own programs. Now we'd like to move on to session 3. Lee In-sil, President of the Korean Peninsula Population Institute for Future, will brief on session 3.
So it was the session right before this roundtable, so I'm sure you still have vivid memories of that session. The theme of today's forum is the coexistence of work and care responsibilities in a society challenged by low fertility rates. The reason why we are talking about this is because of our unprecedented record low fertility rate. I was an economist, and now I am in charge of the Korea Peninsula Population Institute for Future. It has just been 1 year. I retired after working very hard, and after retiring, I felt that I would lead a more relaxed life. But after taking the presidency of this institute, I'm actually studying even harder. And when Lee looking at the numbers coming out of these studies, I am very shocked. For example, by 2040, the production, employment, the population of working age is dramatically going to go down. Our population has been going down from 2021, and the working age population will be disappearing in the size of the city of Busan. And today, during the third session, Yoon Kyung-che talked about the reasons for the low fertility rate, low credibility and trust in public education, steep housing cost, and that there is low trust in society, and they are not sure of themselves to have the capabilities to raise children. Also, there is a low satisfaction of child care, and there is also very poor work environment and culture, and that women are pursuing their careers over having children. And during this session, that's the way low fertility was defined. And we talked about ways for society to work in cooperation with parents for child care. And I participated from the morning. I heard from the ambassadors of how gender equality is being implemented and how they are addressing low fertility in these different countries. While listening to the presentations, I felt that we can learn a lot from these different countries. And I think that Korea experienced modernization and industrialization the fastest in the world. And we experience demographic transition with modernization. And because of our rapid modernization and industrialization, our demographics is also changing rapidly, which has led to a Korean-style demographics. And we need to set up various policies fit for Korea, such as long-term care. We need to set up institutions, and we have also created many institutions for this. While listening to the presentation and discussions, I felt that there are still many blind points and gray areas. We need to minimize this. Also, on the low fertility rate, those in the government were probably tired of hearing the complaints that the government has spent a lot of budget, yet we do not have big effects. I looked at the policies from 2016. The budget increased from 2 trillion to 51 trillion, and the 2024 budget just came out, and we see that a lot of things have been reflected. I did not think that we would advance in this area so much, such as the parental leave being increased from 12 weeks to 16 weeks, and that the parental leave can be extended to a child age from second grade to age 12. So it seems that the government is making a lot of strides, yet the public is not feeling the difference. And is this a good preparation for our future? And do we have the budget and finance to support this? Our current national pension system and other institutions lead to various concerns, as was mentioned in one of the questions. In this process, women, relatively speaking, are sacrificing themselves to provide care. I was in charge of the statistics office too. And as an economist, care is growing and the need is growing, but care is not become a market. It is not included in our GDP. For example, I live in an apartment, and our house and the apartment right next to us, they have, for example, care for their elderly parents, and yet this is not included in the GDP. let's say if we are able to take care of each other's parents, then this will be double counted in the GDP. So what is being taken care of in the families have not been included in the GDP. It has not been accounted for in our growth. So we need to account for this. We talk a lot about supervision. Professor Chun talked about this. There should be a constant care, and for the care service providers, the government should have an official accreditation and certification system for the public to be rest assured when they use these services. It should be more systematic. We were focused on setting up institutions. We now need to enhance the quality. We need to enhance the quality of care, and also the monitoring and management of this system should be improved. That was my insights that I drew from session 3. Now I will hand over the microphone to Professor Chun. Thank you very much. As I presented, official and unofficial care and how it should be implemented and carried out is a major challenge for elderly care due to low fertility and aging society. The role and function of official care has to grow. It is an inevitable future for us, and in unofficial care, the roles and the functions are being reduced. And if this rapidly reduces, then official care should take on the burden, which will increase social and economic burden. So we should find ways for unofficial care to be maintained, and there should be social support and governmental support. The women's role in family care should be recognized. We need to find ways to do this in European countries and Sweden. We heard about various types of support for health care and pension credit and other types of support. And this should help in smoothing out the reduction of unofficial care for the elderly at home. So we need to, first of all, make it systematic and enhance the official care, and at the same time we should set up institutions and systems for unofficial care too. While I was preparing for the presentation today, I thought about the meaning of Ministry of Gender Equality and Family and what role they play in the care for the elderly. Women, they are sacrificing and putting in a lot of their efforts in such family care, but female population, they outlive men by 6 to 7 years, and throughout their lives, women, they sacrifice for their spouse and for their children, and then at their end of life, they are not able to receive quality care because they are outliving their family members. And on the low fertility rate, we see many one-person households. People are not getting married. How are we going to care for these types of people? They are living alone, so they cannot receive unofficial care provided by family, which is a challenge of our society. In this sense, the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, they have a lot of measures and policies and plans which have to become more sophisticated in order to ensure sustainability of our society. And this is, of course, for the elderly, for them to have dignity in their end of life. And this is also for the current generation and future generation. This ensures also their dignity in their end of life. In the area of care, we truly need to realize gender equality. We need more active policies, and this should be realized in the future. As we implemented gender equality policies, we can ensure sustainability in our society. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So in the third session, we had a lot of important ideas that came out. There were a lot of opinions about the issue of care. Just as Professor Chun said, there will be one-person households increasing. It is now 34% already. And the Ministry of Gender Equality and Family, they operate family centers. And at these family centers, they are considering providing care for single-person households, and this is a major project of the family centers. Last year, compared to last year, I believe that this year we have set keywords on the low fertility rates and care. And I think because of this, we had more in-depth discussions and concrete ideas coming out. It was not included in our agenda, but I think we can entertain one or two comments or questions from the floor. Does anybody want to offer their opinion? We can also hear from the participants. You can ask questions for certain speakers. Was it all discussed in length? Was it fully covered?
But good afternoon. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. I am Lee Kyung-hwa from the ruling party. Childcare, preschool childcare. Before, public institution has provided such early childcare services, so the fee was paid to the public programs. But such support can be received only when parents leave their children at such a young age at the public institution. So if the families are taking care of these young kids or these younger babies, then the support should be given to family members who are taking care of their children. And that was my opinion. It was reflected in the policy improvement, and that is a very desirable change. And right now, because of the aging society, the younger generation in their 60s have to take care of the older generation or their parents in their 80s or 90s. That is another issue that has to be revealed in the aging society. And then we paid these subsidies to families who are taking care of their own children. We can also pay subsidies to families who are taking care of their older parents, because in the public institution we have various quality issues, people neglecting or abusing the old people who are taken by nursing homes or public institutions. So if a public institution is not providing quality care, so we can just provide subsidies to families who are taking care of their older parents. We have to also think about this when we try to improve our elderly care programs. Well, that already exists in the current programs. We have a family support program. If family members have a certificate to take care of older people, and if they are taking care of their own parents, then a certain level of government subsidy is provided to those families.
Any other questions? There aren't any more questions. You may be quite tired as we have carried out this forum throughout the day, and there were many insights that we were able to draw from this forum, and I think that we can advance our policies and plans through your ideas and insights. I want to thank the moderators, speakers, and those at the floor.
Well, that is the end of roundtable session. My gratitude goes to the Vice Minister of Gender Equality and Family, Lee Gi-sun, and chairs of each session. Thank you for leading the roundtable session. Now you can go back to your seats. Thank you for your great contribution. This was a truly a meaningful time for all of us. 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. Throughout the forum, we've discussed various issues. In session 1, we've listened to best practices of 5 different countries to address low birth rate and promote gender equality. Session 2, we talked about gender equality in the workplace, and in session 3, we talked about eradicating concerns through social support. 4, care services for children and elderly parents. Shia Sami Baus, Executive Director of UN Women, Vice Chairman of Presidential Committee on Aging Society and Population Policy, Kim Young-mi. These 2 people were keynote speakers, and I am also grateful to these 2 keynote speakers. My gratitude goes to all the speakers, on-site participants, and online viewers as well. Thank you for your participation and attention. Apart from our speakers, I think all of the audiences were able to think about this issue through discussions and Q&A time. It would have been wonderful if we can hear inputs of each and every participant, but we were able to hear various perspectives by putting together an excellent pool of experts on this issue. Well, under the topic of coexistence of work and care responsibilities, we had the 3 sessions and round table session throughout this 2023 KGEF. We talk about low fertility rates all the time, but to turn this crisis into opportunity, we have to respond to the needs of the times, and we have to take it one step by a step to lessen this very grave social issues. With this, I'd like to conclude the 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. Let me invite Lee Gi-sun, Vice Minister of Gender Equality and Family of the Republic of Korea, to the podium one more time for closing remarks. Please give a big hand.
The roundtable could have wrapped up. I feel a little bit embarrassed to be on the podium again. I will make it short and brief. I would like to thank all of you who have joined us both in person and online for the 2023 KGEF, and I want to thank the moderators, former Minister Peck, and also I wanted to thank the Minister of Gender Equality and Family, Hyun-suk Kim, and also In Im, President of the Korean Peninsula Population Institute for Future. We were talking about gender equality and also low fertility rate. We heard about the various country cases through ambassadors, and in the case of Norway, they provide 49 weeks of paid maternity leave, and out of that, 1/3 has to be used by the fathers. And I think this is very interesting because this can be a stepping stone for us to create a society of caring. Women's economic participation, if it increases, we say that the fertility rate can increase, but in Korea there is still the gap in the pay, but it has increased. It is improving. It's 60%, and this is not, however, leading to higher fertility rates. And in the second session, we heard about ASML Korea case, and they received from the Ministry of Gender Equality a family-friendly company certificate, and I think that this is a lesson for all from the private sector. The Korean government is striving to make a society where nobody is neglected, and we are trying to create a society like this from the government level. And for the ministry, we're trying to realize family and work balance. We will be carrying out 6,000 some policy-related measures. So I think that we are seeing these activities being carried out in various companies, 6,000 of them, and we also added in our budget for childcare. Currently, 85,000 families are receiving such benefits, and we want to make sure that women are able to enter into jobs that are that have promising futures in information and technology. And even when there is career interruptions, we want them to once again join the workforce. Korea's Gender Equality Forum. It's time for us to conclude today's forum, but we plan to hold this forum again next year. Next year, we hope to have more in-depth discussions to find measures that can address Korea's problems in realistic ways that are feasible. Thank you for participating throughout this long day. Once again, I extend my gratitude.
Thank you for the closing speech. Once again, let me extend my gratitude. With this, I'd like to conclude 2023 Korea Gender Equality Forum. This is the fourth gathering, and this is the first time that we have this on-site gathering after the COVID-19 pandemic. Every year, we develop diverse and wide-ranged agendas for gender equality, and we will continue to develop more agendas to promote gender equality throughout our society. With this, I'd like to conclude programs for 2023 KGEF. Thank you so much for your attention.